I'm doing well. I'm excited for a big long weekend of powerlifting. How about yourself, Jim?
Oh man, I love this stuff. Made the trip from Mississippi out here, as I know you did from Minnesota. So we are here at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City, Utah, as we will be today, the 5th through the 8th, for USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Forgive us as our LiftingCast. It's coming up now, so that's why we were a little bit late getting started on this side, but we're ready to rock and roll, it looks like.
The bars are loaded and we are underway.
I tell you what, this is always to watch the growth of this championship has really been something. It's really grown into just a monster. So I'm excited to see it. Excited to referee for it the rest of the week. I know you're excited to lift on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a pleasure to kind of walk into the venue whenever the first day you arrive and see the production they've put into it, and it's a rewarding experience because you've put in all that work as a lifter, and now here's this big event with a lot of work put into it to really celebrate what you've accomplished.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they just had the pictures up the other day of how this thing was completely empty, and now you would never guess that it wasn't set up for powerlifting meet the whole time. And as I was telling Gunnar before we got started, I was fortunate enough to do some live stream in the early days of it, and man, to look at this technology that we have back here is really something. It's like going from black and white to color. So it's exciting. It's exciting for the sport, and it definitely is nice to have that good presentation for everybody back at home that aren't able to make the trip from wherever your favorite lifter may be from.
Yeah, making the sport more accessible, and the family members or anybody that's wanting to watch and kind of get into the sport have a very professional production to
right,
see
and
what's going on.
Yeah, for sure, and maybe didn't mean to step on you there, but maybe it even encourages them to come travel to the next one. I know next year we're going to be in Atlanta with this meet, so maybe people that are at this meet, this meet's more convenient, but maybe next year Atlanta's more convenient. Both of them being hubs for Delta, so they're easy to travel with, but boy, if you don't fly Delta, you better be ready to walk at that baggage claim at Salt Lake City Airport.
Yes, that was quite the surprising hike we had going.
Yeah.
Landing, flying Southwest. You get your steps in going to get your baggage.
Absolutely, which that's not going to hurt me any. So a little bit about Salt Lake. Salt Lake hosted the 2002 Winter Olympics. It's named after the Great Salt Lake, the largest saltwater lake in the Western Hemisphere. Okay, now it looks like we've got Ankita Rue. Oh, sorry, wrong platform. It's going to be Lauren Camiso. 90 kilos.
Very solid over it.
Oh, yeah.
There's always the superstition about just getting that first squat out of the way, and then you're in the meet and ready to roll and just shake those nerves off for that first squat.
Oh, for sure. I mean, because it can put you such behind the 8 ball when you miss it. So, all right, now we've got Ankita Rowe, 75 kilos. Looking just like an opener should, huh, Gunnar?
Not a problem there.
And we've got definitely the combination of accents between myself and Gunnar. So some of these names we may struggle on. If we mess them up, we apologize, but we are going to do our best. All right, now it looks like we've got Sophie Palmer. The graphic still says Lauren Camiso, but it's Sophie Palmer.
Out of Kilo Strength Performance in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Ah, yeah. You betcha, huh? All right, Erica Meredith on the other side.
Very strong.
Oh, absolutely. 3 white lights, exactly what you want from the referees on the platform.
Jessica Lynn stepping up.
Yeah, I definitely was going to go with Jessica, so I'm glad they've got that graphic on there. Nice. That's a great 100-kilo attempt. And then it looks like we got Alexa Swati, 82.5 kilos.
Very focused. pays off for a very strong first attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's again, you know, a lot of these right here, you're really seeing how an opener should. Traditionally, as more of an equipped guy, I've always seen the raw openers always are just money, and they're so deep. One thing that actually sometimes I think hinders younger referees that haven't seen as many equipped squats because they're used to these raw lifters, just like Valeria just did there,
sure.
just burying them.
Yeah, leaving no doubt.
Yeah, when really we're just looking for that crease in the hip going below the top of the bend of the knee. All right, we got Kelly Sherwin getting ready, 95 kilos. Good strong attempt. Good lift, and Desiree's making her way to the platform. Had a big smile. I was almost laughing on the way to the platform, which is
Big smile and a lot of color. It's fun to see.
oh yeah, for sure. And then you know if she's doing that, she's so loose right now.
Yes. And there's really that's almost the hidden secret of powerlifting. You're just kind of letting go. I mean, when you're competing at nationals, you've squatted, benched, and deadlifted thousands of times at this point. So if you can kind of just let go of any stress or worries, then you're all better for it.
Yeah, I mean, you see everybody, I mean, they're doing 6, 8, 10, 12-week cycles for 9 minutes. You know, is essentially what it goes to.
Right.
Desiree has a good lift. Now we've got Angela. Really narrow stance.
Very.
Doesn't seem to affect her. 3 wide lights from the referees. And we've got Tracy Lee coming up on the other side. So Masters 4 is going to be, sorry, I have to do a little math, it's early. It's going to be 70 plus. It's going to be 70 to 79. Tracy coming up with hers, Emmanuel coming up with his, and he has a great beard.
Oh, absolutely. Showing that squat a thing or two, and looking good on the platform.
6 white lights between the 2 of them. As we go along and we move to these second and third attempts, you may see some different strategies come in. One thing to remember, state records, even though we're at the national championship, they can break a state record for their home state by only going 2.5 kilos over that attempt. But if they want to break a national record, they only have to go 0.5 kilos over their attempt, provided they're not entered in more than one division. Good squats for Vivian and Katie. I'll come back to that in just a second. No lift. That was for Vivian at 57.5 kilos. She does have her opener at 52.5, but we'll see what she does from here. Didn't seem to be much of a struggle, just something technical. Gino looking like he caught that jacket just off the safari on the way here, so. Good strong attempt for Alexa.
I don't doubt before the end of this weekend we'll see some of those smaller change plays.
Oh, yeah, for sure. May even see them this morning. So, yeah, as I was touching on, as we have a break in the action, as we're moving between lifters. So, for example, say Gunner's lifting the junior division, the open division. He wants to break the junior American record, and he goes and turns in 300.5 kilos. Well, if he's entering the open division, it's got to be the open American record. It can't be the junior American record.
Strong walkout.
See what the referee, 2-1. So when you see 2-1 like that, and Gunner, as you know, is a lifter, when you see the center is the white and the 2 reds are on the side, you could even without knowing the colors, you know that's gonna be depth. But red for squat is gonna be depth for sure. almost always.
You don't generally see the head ref, the center ref making the depth call.
Well, so that's one of the things I think happens as referees get more experience. But some people, it is tough to tell from that front chair, and we always should err on the side of the lifter. You should be white looking for red rather than red looking for white.
Right.
As we get ready for Joycelyn here, I don't think she's going to have any problem getting a couple of white lights. Three of them.
As predicted.
All right, little hold up on. Oh, okay. So it looks like the hold up on the other side is because of compensatory time. So they just have to run 1 minute based on the size of the flight.
As we're working through the first attempts here, still on the first
right.
floor.
We don't have that issue on the other side, but on one side don't have enough lifters, so they just give an extra minute.
Very focused. And a smile. White lights, that's a good squat.
2 to 1, and that's one thing for sure you love to see. When it's 2 to 1, you don't want to see the lifter up in arms over the one red light. How many times do you make 3 people happy at the same time in your life, Gunner?
Not as often as I'd like to think.
Yeah, that's a joke I've told since the beginning of time. Is how many times you made 3 people happy at once? Take the 2 and move on.
Exactly. And some lifters when you're starting to push those heavier weights, especially on a squat, keeping your body perfectly symmetrical and balanced. It's the national event. You want as much weight on the bar. You don't need the technique to be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to hit that PR in the gym on Tuesday. We want to hit that PR today.
Exactly.
Stephanie Carnolo coming up, 115 kilos, 253 pounds for the Metric Challenge.
About as steady as a squat as you can ask for.
Oh yeah, for sure. And
3 white lights.
3 white lights. The high five from Gino. And we just saw why you have to be careful unloading the plates because we almost had a slingshot first thing in the morning. It doesn't take much. So, for those of you watching at home, I was mistaken in talking about compensatory time. I thought it was compensatory time, but it looks like we actually had a lifter that wasn't in the flight that was supposed to be, that they're correcting.
Yeah, with a total of 978 lifters, there's a lot moving backstage here that you're not exactly seeing from the live stream.
Oh yeah, the moving parts it takes to put one of these things on is just crazy, and so USA Powerlifting has really got it down to a science. But just like a broken clock is right twice a day, sometimes a broken clock can also be wrong a lot. But things are going to happen. But at the end of the day, we're going to get these things right.
Absolutely. I'm glad that we just get to sit here and watch the action. And we have Kerr Lee retaking her opener. No knee sleeves, but a strong squat. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights gets the redemption.
So, and as we spoke about before, she really is basically what these days we would call equip depth, because she just barely went to what you need. But there's no rule that says you have to go, all the way to the platform. No,
right.
We're just looking for that crease to go below that bend. All right, so Delaney is taking her opener at 120 kilos. That was a strong attempt. So 3 white lights, we've got that fixed up. So it looks like now we're going to come back to Lauren Camiso at 100 kilos. We'll be back on track on this other side. As we get ready for Erica Meredith, 82.5 kilos.
5 kilo jump for her first attempt.
As you're watching at home, if you want to do the conversion, the formula is 2.2046. So if you take 100 kilos times 2.2046, you're going to get 220. 82 and a half, you're going to get 181. Fortunately, when you're an old dog like me, you just remember.
I was going to say, I even as competing for 3 years, I do bust out the calculator very often.
Well, definitely want to do that as opposed to making the mistake, especially on your side when it may be on your back. That's a good lift for Lauren. We've got Sophie Palmer coming up, 105 kilos, and then we've got 82 and a half kilos for Ankita. She was successful with her opener at 75.
Good finish. 3 white lights.
Yep. Now we've got Sophie. Strong attempt. Let's see. 3 white lights.
And I do have to say, it's good to see Sophie out on the platform. I'm a member of her. We go to the same gym back in Minnesota, and she had a broken foot, and is fresh off that recovery, but still happy to be here and happy to compete. So glad to see it.
Yeah, I love to see people that are able to bounce back from that. Any kind of injury is tough, especially when you're adding weight to it.
Right.
Because she's adding whatever her attempt is to whatever her body weight is on her foot that is freshly healed. Strong attempt for Jessica, 3 white lights, and Alexis as well, and 2-1, good lift.
Got those two.
So Gunnar, I was just looking at the LiftingCast. It looks like so far everybody has made at least one squat, which is great news. So except for Regina Alia, and she kept it the same. So hopefully she'll get in as well, and then we can keep this train rolling as we get ready for Valeria. And we've got Emmanuel coming up. Made the small 2.5 kilo jump.
And you'll get those breaths in, getting the brace. Stands on the squat.
Nice and smooth. Good. Yeah, it's a good lift. And Gunnar, it definitely looks like he's got room to move here on this next attempt.
Certainly.
But one thing for sure, I mean, especially not even when you get in the 70s, but when you start getting in 30s and 40s, you got to think about those attempts and what's going to happen on your joints. As we go along, you don't want to make that 10 kilo jump that's going to take 15 kilos off your deadlift or 5 kilos off your bench.
Right.
It's all a strategy game, and we have a good lift over here for Desiree. She was smiling just as much as she was on her opener. And we're getting ready for Kelly. She was successful at 95 kilos on her opener. It looks like that she had to push with that one, but it looked identical to her opener because her opener was pretty stout as well. So
yes, yeah, and I mean, the sticking, not even the sticking point, but the amount of some lifters can make their RPE 9, 10 lifts look just the same as everything else. The amount of the effort, the faces you see some lifters make doesn't necessarily dictate how much more they have in there.
Oh man, absolutely, and that's just where it comes down as a coach or a handler, or even as if the lifter may be handling themselves. They just have to know, hey, it looked hard, but really I've still got 20 kilos, or I've still got 17, or whatever. Looks like we're gonna have dueling squats right here with Tracy and Angela.
Both taking 5 kilo jumps from their first.
The way they set up, I thought they were going to go bang, bang, but a little bit of a delay, but that's fine. 2-1 for Alexa, and 3 white lights for Tracy.
And you had just said something interesting, how, you have to really there is a strategy to how your attempt selection for, a squat, a full power meet. If you've completely emptied the tank on squat, you're taking some kilos away for the deadlift, which is really where, you'll start to see some positions really start to shuffle into place.
Yeah, so my mentor told me when I was still just a young pup in this game, the meet doesn't start till the bar comes off the floor. So, which works out great for us because we had a lot of great deadlifters. So.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Not myself, but yeah, others. All right, as we get ready for Alexa at 102.5 kilos. Unlike your pulls, though, Gunner, I saw those pulls. Everybody else will see them Saturday. All right, as we get ready for Delaney, she made a nice 7.5 kilo jump. And also a good lift for Alexa.
Delaney, a very accomplished lifter. I don't know exactly how old she is. She is competing in the open class, but I remember I had the opportunity to watch her at the Arnold Sports Festival, the USAPL event they were hosting that weekend.
I didn't see her there, but I did see her in the promo video that played during during Collegiate Nationals.
Oh, sure.
During all the breaks, there's a great shot of her giving her a high five to her coach after making a good lift. So it was kind of like deja vu. I was like, man, I've seen her, but I don't know where. And then it took me a minute. I said, oh, yeah, that's where, the promo video. As we get ready for Katie Wang, 105 kilos.
She's happy with that. 3 white lights.
All right, we've got Vivian Purcell.
No question on depth there.
Yeah. Nice to see some young lifters, too. She's a team. Got a team 1 on this side, and then we have Virginia on the other side as a junior. Coming up on 3rd attempts on this, on platform 2. Almost done with 2nd attempts on platform 1.
Locked out the squat, retaking your opener.
Unsuccessful on that one, so Virginia still remains the only lifter that we're trying to get in the contest. So the biggest thing here, as you know, Gunner, if she's unsuccessful here on this 3rd attempt, then she is out of the competition. She is allowed to continue, but she can't post a total and say, for example, if she was to break a deadlift record, doesn't break the record.
Jocelyn Egg, 117.5 kilos. Really getting that bar into a good position on her back. A strong squat. And with 3rd attempt starting here on platform 2, we'll maybe start to see the different types of energy different lifters bring to the platform. There's lifters that really want to bring a lot of energy, are very excited, and are actively showing it. And then there's the more calm, cool, and composed, needs to focus, really hammering that technique kind of lifter.
Right. It's always fun to me to see that comparison, because you'll have some that make a lot of noise, and then some that are almost like, excuse me, I have to go make this lift now.
Right.
So
right. It's nice that everybody's here, but I'd really just like to hit my 3rd squat.
Yep. Squats in stereo there with Jenna and Sophie. Good lift on platform 2. Delay on the lights. Sometimes we have so much stuff coming on the internet, you'll see the lights delay for a minute, or somebody didn't hit the button at the exact pressure that the light switch wants you to.
And with the amount of stuff we got going on here, I would need to take off my socks to count the amount of monitors we have back here drawing internet and power, making this thing happen.
All right.
And here we have Stephanie Canola stepping up to the platform 1.
We have a world open squat record. So you notice that the attempts is at 123.5. So the attempt would normally be 122.5, but because it's a world record, she can do whatever she wants in increments of 0.5 over the record. She can go 123, 124, 123.5 as she's done here. It really comes into really great for strategy as you go along, because you can take a kilo or a half a kilo and make your opponent have to take that extra 2.5. And I've definitely seen it win and lose meets as we've gone along. So let's check that out. Desiree goes 3 for 3, all smiles on all her attempts. I love the graphics we have behind it too.
Yeah. Adds another dimension to the whole production. And we have Stephanie.
We probably should start trying to get the power company to sponsor us. Stephanie, all business here.
Very strong. Let's see what the judges say.
No lift, but I tell you what, she's got the strength.
Absolutely.
2 to 1, as we discussed a while ago, with the center being white and the 2 sides hitting red. You know it's going to be depth. So she's got the strength. I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised to see her go up a little bit here to help push her down some, which is more of a quip thing, but it definitely helps regardless of your choice of equipment.
There is a lot of truth to that, especially with how tight some of these knee sleeves are getting. Just having just a little more weight on the back to get that depth.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the way these knee sleeves are getting, I can't wait for somebody to start putting on them wraps. So on platform 1 here, we've got Curly Yap. She's trying to go 2 for 3. She was successful with her second attempt as she retook her opener, 67.5. Now she's going 72.5. Delaney going for her third attempt, which will wrap up flight A on session 1 for squat. But don't worry, guys, we still got 2 more flights.
An excellent effort by Curly.
And from Delaney as well. Let's see what the referees say for both.
3 red lights.
Yeah. No lift, but Curly's still credited with her second attempt at 67.5 kilos, so she's still in to kind of see what happens. And no lift. No, excuse me. I got lost in the sauce over here. Good lift for Delaney. She went way to the top of the screen because she doesn't have a bench opener turn in because they were trying to just get her in to not impede the progress any further. So she went up to the top, so when I went and looked at her, I saw a red light, but that was for Tracy Lee.
Our next flight taking their openers on platform 2, while Ankita Rao steps up for the 85 third attempt squat.
We do have 3 flights on both sides, it looks like, Gunnar, but platform 2 is definitely a little bit lighter. Strong attempt for Annabelle. Let's see. Good lift. All right, now we're going to see Ankita try to wrap up her day. Trying to go 3 for 3. It's a strong attempt.
Big smile. And it feels good. 3 for 3 kind of sets the tone for the rest of your meet.
Absolutely. We got Reagan Smith coming up with her opening attempt. Flight B.
Eric Meredith, 48 kilogram junior, taking an 87.5 third attempt squat.
It's a good lift. Coming up on Rebecca Zhu. No lift for Erica Meredith, but she is credited with her second attempt at 82.5 kilos.
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead. You're good. Go ahead.
With this angle on the live stream, we have the privilege of sometimes being able to see the athletes, handlers, and coaches back and watching them get as excited as anybody in the crowd or anybody here. Encouraging their athletes to hit their attempts. It really speaks to the community of the powerlifting as a sport. It's really, everybody's excited to see each other hit their lifts and get stronger.
Oh, absolutely. It always feels, it's a good lift for Rebecca, 2 to 1. It always feels like a family reunion, especially the more you come here, you start cheering for these other athletes. Mm-hmm. Sometimes that's how you meet the athletes, from cheering, like, hey, I was handling so-and-so, and we were behind you every time. And
no lift for Alexis.
Alexis does get her second attempt at 90 kilos. Now it looks like we're going to move. Looks like this is going to be an American record. I'm trying to see if I can scroll through here before it pops up. We do have that half kilo increase.
This is Kelly, who, as you had mentioned on her second attempt, it was a good, strong effort, but definitely still more in the tank for this record.
Yes. Got Ariella Grosberg getting ready, junior lifter. And it's so funny at these meets like this, you see these kind of things right now. We have a junior going on one side, and then we have a Masters 2 going on one side, going on the other.
Yeah, there's not many. I mean, powerlifting is very, very welcoming. There's not many barriers to at least getting started.
Yes.
Here we go, Kelly.
Just can't get out of that second point, but man, she's still credited with 100 kilos, and she'll continue on the rest of her day. Yeah, so as I was saying, if Ariola is just getting started, and let's say she's at the top end of the junior division at 20 years old, and let's say that Kelly's the top end of the Masters too, in 30 years it could be flipped. All right, so here's the situation for Reggiana Alia. She's going 107.5 kilos. She's unsuccessful with her first two. As we discussed, if she misses this one, she's not eligible to post a total in the individual competition. She can still lift, so she can, she's already here. She can try to gain some more experience for next time.
Really needs to sink this.
I think it looks good, but let's see what the platform says.
3 white lights. That is a deep breath of relief.
Yeah, it definitely is. And then, to put yourself in that situation, such a high-pressure thing, and now you've got to kind of come down for, at least to me, the least exciting of the three, which is the bench press. It's definitely the least taxing in most cases, unless you're really, really good at it. Some people, is going to set their platform placing based on what they're going to bench, but
I can't say I'm one of those athletes.
Yeah,
I'm in agreement with you on bench is kind of a intermission.
Good lift for Chloe. But yeah, so now everybody so far is in the meet, so that's great news.
Yes,
and we'll keep right along. And we're all green on platform 2.
Angela with that very narrow squat stance, no lift.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's one of the more narrow ones I've seen, but it doesn't seem to hinder her. I mean, she misses that last attempt, but she's still credited with 100 kilos. So she took a gamble. She made a 5 kilo jump from her first to the second, and then she went 7 to try to probably put herself in a position better for placing. It's not there, but she still has 6 more left to try to get it right.
Absolutely.
Good lift for Lexi, and now we're going to get ready for Alexa's last attempt.
It's a perfect third squat attempt.
All right, now we're going to go for the graphic popped up for world record, but we'll see if the other one pops up. I think we just have the Americans back here. We got Ariana Horner, 56 kilo junior. Good strong attempt. Yeah, there's no graphics, so that just must have been a misfire. Technology, right? Good lift for Ariana. We're going to get ready for Laura Lee.
Katie taking the 110, third attempt. Very strong. As it's racked, we await the lights. 2 white lights.
If you don't have LiftingCast up as you're watching this, you'll see that graphic pop up periodically to let you know the next lifter's coming up, so that you know whichever one you're cheering for is there. So I didn't see the graphic on this, but we're at that extra half kilo, so this is either a national or American record. We don't have all the glory in the background, so it looks like it is going to be an American record for Emmanuel, making a big jump to 113 kilos.
Here we go, Emmanuel. And that is up.
Yeah. Let's see what the referees say. So, I mean, that's just like we were talking about. He definitely had the strength. It's no lift this time, but it's definitely something that looks in his range for next time.
Oh, absolutely. And when we were having that conversation about strategy, having not spoken to him or his coaches, you'd think taking that 2.5 key jump from first to second attempt, but then that much larger jump to 113, that was the intention, is to leave some gas in the tank to hit that record.
Well, you know, and that's what I was thinking too. When he makes that, when you see a jump like that, you think one or two things. It's just, hey, let's get this because 97 kilos is going to be what we need for our plan. Mm-hmm. Should we not make the record? Or he could have timed out and not turned in that attempt. Once you complete your attempt, you have a minute to turn in your next attempt. Mm-hmm. If you're failed to do so, if you miss the lift, the weight will stay the same. If you were successful, it's going to be a 2.5 kilo increase.
That's right. Jocelyn walks out her third squat. A lot of bounce out of the hole.
Oh, yeah, it looked good. As we get ready for Rebecca Zoo on the other side. 3 white lights for Joycelyn.
Jenna Kohler stepping up. 5 key jump from her second to third attempt. And a good fight to finish it out. Reagan Smith. Fast descent. Locks out that second squat.
Yep, looks like that's going to be a good attempt for Reagan. As we get ready for Stephanie, she's going to end flight A on platform 1. She's retaking that world record attempt. I tell you, it looked really good.
Yeah.
Just a small technical error. So I really expect her to come back and get this.
As Gino steps up to the platform.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City. We appreciate you tuning in. .44 kilo open world record, 123.5 kilos.
She gets the depth. It's a fight.
Man.
No lift for Stephanie. That is kind of the mental game you have to play when you do get a depth call on a first or second attempt squat of, okay, you know what needs to change when you know you have the strength, but just a no lift there for Stephanie. Getting started with our next flight here while Chloe braces and starts her squat. Not a problem there for Chloe.
Yeah, that was a good looking squat for the junior lifter. Some other fun facts while we have just a slight lull. 47 different states are recognized this weekend. The highest total is coming from California with 127. Texas, of course, with 103. 64 from New York, 59 from Florida, 50 from Pennsylvania, 21 from the home state of Utah, 48 48.1% of the lifters are female, 51.8% are male. Ariola with a solid attempt there at 107.5 kilos. Good lift. And so we've got really just some great diversity here. 15.5% of the lifters are masters as we get ready for Tiffany Dew, who makes up part of the 24.3% of juniors, and 12.5% are teens.
3 white lights for Tiffany when Maya gets down to the bottom of the squat there. White lights. Isabella and Lexi now. 105 for the first for Isabella, 110 for the second for Lexi. Isabella getting a lot of depth, leave it no question on it. 3 white lights for Lexi, 3 white lights for Isabella.
Really love to see that. Just everybody getting these in.
Yeah, it's good to see green on the LiftingCast.
Oh, absolutely. I always make the comment, if you see a bunch of combination of bad and good lifts, it starts looking like a Christmas tree over here.
Oh, right.
All right, Annie Wang and Katie DeGator.
The Gator. They
The
call her
Gator.
the Gator.
Is that in Minnesota?
Indiana, but I had the privilege of staying with Katie. We were here early doing some media stuff.
Oh, good stuff.
Happy with that first attempt?
The pronunciation definitely, it definitely hit Midwest for sure.
Oh, sure. Hailing out of Indiana.
Or as I really should say, if we're talking Midwest, yeah, no, for sure.
Yep. Yeah, no.
You betcha.
For sure. You betcha.
All right, so we've got Autumn Piper and Brielle Buell.
Autumn in the full pink A7 kit
And
with a
then
matching belt to boot. Brielle, no issues with that first squat. Finishing her second squat strong. Rewarded with 3 white lights. While Allison starts her 120 kilo squat.
Yep.
No lift.
So on hers, you'll see that blue card up under the X. Looks like the bar dipped a little bit. I didn't want to comment until the platform referees made that call.
Some up-down motion.
Yes. So in the process of coming up, the bar went up and down at some point during the lift. It looked like when she hit that sticking point she did. Being a Category 2 myself, I always try to hesitate before I weigh in on that because I don't have the same view they have.
Right, of course.
If it's something that looks pretty close, then I may go ahead and say something. But for the most part, I wait because I don't know what that is, and we'll see. But I definitely I agree with the officials there. So
Yeah, best to defer to them.
Right, and then again, it was the two reds on the side. It was iffy with me, so pretend I'm in the chief chair. So, that's why I see the one right there.
Of course.
As we get ready for Reagan on her third attempt, I'll tell you what, they are rolling on platform 2. These spotters are really, really after it as they make the save for Reagan.
This is the perfect time where I will give a shout out to the spotters and loaders on platform 2. They're known as the Minnesota Spotting and Loading Crew. I can't think of a nationals that I've been to that they haven't had a team out here helping out with the platform work. As Elise Velasquez takes her 127.5 kilo first attempt for 2 white lines.
It kind of felt natural just then. I was waiting for you to say like Minnesota Wrecking Crew.
Yes, the Wrecking Crew.
But yeah, Spotting Crew is more appropriate. But yeah, I tell you what, that's definitely the hardest job in powerlifting.
Without a doubt.
I've done it on occasion, all the way up to the national level. I remember one time there was a particular lifter that was a 700-pound bencher. I said, hey, I can step in for this guy on squat, but I really don't want to spot this 700-plus pound bench.
Right.
And what do you know? I'm watching the live stream later, and what do you see? Me standing on the side while the lifter's coming to hit the 700-pound bench. So it's, you just have to kind of get over it sometimes and do it. But at that particular championship, we had a situation with a spotter, but
yeah, I do not, having only done it once, I do not envy their job, but absolutely integral to making this meet happen at all. Without them, we'd be in some trouble.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's I tell you what, all the moving parts you have when you run a championship like this, you've got to have an enormous amount of spotters to keep those guys fresh. Same with the referees. You have 20-something referees that are working every session. And then you have even more spotters, and that's before you even get back here to us, back here doing media.
Right.
Or poor Gino, man. You can watch Gino about midday Saturday, and you can just sell it. He's like the Energizer Bunny when the battery dies and he needs a new one. But I tell you what, he always finds a way to keep it going. Speaking of keeping it going, Mayhun, that big squat right there, 132.5 kilos, 3 white lights.
Not slowing down at all. Yeah, Gino, this is going to be 4 straight days of yelling at the top of his lungs sporadically and, really being the tempo, the barometer for the energy of this meet. A lot of credit to him.
Oh, absolutely.
Alanis Nelson stepping up to the platform, a 135-kilo opener.
One thing that was nice at Collegiates, they took a moment to recognize Gino. This past Collegiates was his 10th Collegiate Nationals.
Oh, no kidding.
So it was a pretty nice moment. He had no idea it was coming, so it makes it even better. And he does so many, they blur together.
Oh yeah, you'll see him all over the country. He's a working man.
And out of the country.
That's right. The World Cup took place, the USAPL World Cup, not too long ago.
Yeah, and then he was part of the Euro Tour. Mm-hmm. No lift for Rebecca as we get ready for Ariella. And then Crisalda on platform 1. Speaking of lifters from other countries, we have 6 guest lifters from other countries this weekend. We have a lifter from Australia, Bahamas, Colombia, Mexico, and South Korea. So, pretty cool. In addition to 7 different teams are entered.
Yeah, the USAPL is putting in a really honest effort in spreading the brand and making sure that powerlifting is available and accessible for anybody out there that's interested in the sport.
Yeah, I feel like there's an announcement. It feels like every other week of a new federation company. I know we just added Guam, and there's more and more coming. I believe I saw Vietnam here recently.
Zariella gets
6
white lights on her third.
All right, now we're going to get ready for Maya and Vicky.
Vicky stepping up with a big opening squat here at 147.5 kilos.
Maya, very serious. 112.5 kilos, 3 white lights.
No lift. Looks like that would have been a depth call as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Annie weighing at that bar, nice and set in a perfect spot on her back. Big third attempt here.
I like the hair choice.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's an opportunity to kind of, you know, you're going to have some bright light shining on you. Why not look good? Steady third squat for Annie. Tiffany walks out her second. 3 white lights.
Good lift, and we're going to get ready for Autumn on that side. Tiffany going 107.5 kilos. Again, if you're just joining us, this is competed at in kilograms. The formula would be 2.2046 if you want to convert it. For example, Autumn is getting ready to do 120 kilos, which is 264 pounds. Katie's going to be getting ready for 115 kilos, which is 253 pounds.
Good fight for Autumn.
And if you don't feel like busting out the calculator, there's a bunch of kilo charts that you can get just by typing in Google. So on platform 2, it looks like everybody's in the meet. We've got 2 lifters left on this flight. But on platform 1, we have 2 that are not in the meet. We're going to try to get in. It's going to be Vicky Zinn. Sorry, I was sitting too far back, and I refuse to accept that I'm old. Allison Chang, coming up just a few lifters, is the other. No lift, but man, as we were talking about, Gunnar, those spotters were just Johnny on the spot there.
A great save. There's no question that they know what they're doing, and again, cannot give them enough credit. They look good out there. Laura Lee taking her 127.5 kilo third, while Isabella Snyder steps up for a 117.5 kilo second attempt.
Good lift for Laura, and let's see for Isabella. Looks strong. 3 white lights.
I'm happy with it. And you'll see on platform 2, as the spotters load up this next bar, the capabilities of these Texas Strength Systems racks. Some lifters, it's a matter of preference and comfort as far as I'm aware of whether we have the capability of setting those pins you see the bar resting on in or outwards, kind of based on where a lifter likes to have their hands on the bar for a squat.
Right, and I feel a lot of lifters will forget that you can go one side in, and sometimes that'll make a difference.
Allison Chang retaking her opener. Cole Garfield, a Teen 1 lifter here, taking 60 kilos.
Allison's in the meet, so now we just got one more to get on the board. Good lift for Cole. Looks like on flight C on platform 2, it looks like it's all going to be male lifters.
Cole Garfield, who had just gone, is one of our youngest athletes here at the competition. 13 years old and on the national stage for powerlifting. Brielle stepping up to take her second squat.
We got Austin Ziegler and Brielle getting ready at the same time.
Good fight for that second for Brielle. 3 white lights.
Yeah, just real quick, going back to Cole, man, I'll tell you what, this youth program we have is really taking off. I was fortunate enough to go to the Youth Bench and Equip Nationals in Greenville. I was about to say last month, but we're in a new month, so July. But yeah, it was really something to see all those young lifters. And then as the weekend went on, you saw some older lifters up into their 80s. So you take a guy like Cole, if he lifts until he's in his 80s, you're talking about 70 years. You know, that's longer than we've been around as an organization. Not by that point that Cole is an M5 or M6 or whatever, but
2 white lights for Alexia. We have Alex stepping up to the bar, competing as a guest lifter.
Yes. I was just noticing that. I don't have the info back here, though, to verify if he's one of the lifters from another country. So I won't speak on that, because it could be very well somebody that just missed weight. Elise Velasquez getting ready, 135 kilos.
Very steady descent and a good lockout. 3 white lights.
Kang is the lifter, 137.5 kilos. He's a T3 lifter.
Reagan Lacey stepping up to the bar. As you can see, we had just talked about both sides of the squat rack tilted inwards.
Yeah, and it could be anything that makes her do that. It could be maybe she's between 2 pin spots.
Mm-hmm.
It could be she just prefers how it feels, having it come down, because there definitely is a difference whether you do right in, left in, both in, or both out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about just finding your comfort zone so that you can go out there and hit the lift as Reagan just did.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to that personally. It's hard to feel good about starting a squat when it's not sitting just right on your back. And I mean, if you can get that perfect spot by having either the squat rack in or out, if it's not exactly on one of our adjustable numbers, then you might as well.
Right. Ryan Ahmed in the open division, 145 kilos, 319 pounds. May Hun on the other side, 142.5 kilos.
Very snappy for Ryan. It's a good lift. No lift for Mai.
She's still got her opener, so she's in the contest. Vicky has not posted a lift, though. She is the last lifter that we're trying to get in. Saw some last-minute instructions in the background from her coach as we get ready for Harley Ali.
Coach making sure everything is exactly as it needs to be before his lifter steps up.
And those of you watching at home, you'll see the coaches will come to a certain spot, and then they may disappear. That may mean they're outside of what we designate as coaches' box. Every place is going to have a different box, just depending on the setup. Strong attempt. Let's see if it went deep enough for the referees on the platform. It did, 3 whites. So now everybody so far is in except for Stephen Deep. Ironically, needs to go a little bit deeper because it looks like it was 2-1 with the 2 side referees. But he is in flight C, and he's only taken 1 attempt on the other side, so still has 2 more attempts to get in.
Kevin getting down and getting that squat finished. 3 white lights. Alanis sets the bar up to get ready to squat here. getting down to the bottom there, and a good fight to get that second. Let's see what the judges say.
No lift, but she is credited with her opener, and she'll have another attempt, so we'll see her again. Brandon Mai.
Locking that out, getting the feet planted. Fighting no lift for Brandon.
You know, I tell you what, that's an interesting choice to have the opener be that heavy. So it makes you wonder, did he kill his warm-ups and just what happened? As he gets out on the platform, it definitely is different. To me, it always feels one weight at the gym, one weight in the back, and another weight up front.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of mental components to how you feel stepping under the bar and what that weight actually, what it feels like on your back in different scenarios, just like you described. Griselda gets a good lift. As you're watching the live stream, you might see a timer start to pop up near the bottom right of your screen for the lifter information. And what that's indicating is lifters, the referees, you'll see the spotters here, they're loading the next weight for the next lifter to come out. The referee will call bars loaded, which means the proper weight is on the bar, say 175 kilos for Aiden. The lifter then has 1 minute from the time of the bar being called loaded to receive the start command for any given lift.
Couldn't have said it better myself. See, you saw, as we were talking about that, as Aiden walked out, the first thing he did was check that clock, see if he needed to hurry up. But 40 seconds is a long time, so he's good.
And especially for squat, too. I can't say I've seen many very long and elaborate squat setups as compared to maybe a bench or a deadlift. Tiffany fights for that 110 third attempt. 2 white lights.
Good lift. So you got a blue card from the center that time. So it could have been up and down movement, or it could have been the chief referee didn't think the knees were locked. Which is kind of tricky because if they're unlocked at the end, you may hold them for a second, but when you see they're not going to lock them, you can't say, hey, lock your knees, as you can at the start of the lift. You just have to tell them to rack and then, leave it to the. That's why there's 3 referees. It's basically the short version, TLDR.
Isabella fighting. A fantastic squat. Let's see what the judges say.
Good lift. So you see a yellow card in the center on that one. The yellow is kind of the catch-all. If you look, so when you hear me talk about these color cards as you're watching at home, really what you're going to see is the white check mark or the red X. But if you look under the red X, you'll see blue, yellow, or red, and that'll tell you what the cause for disqualification on that particular discipline was. The yellow card is kind of the catch-all. It could mean a variety of things. Could have been squat command, could have been the rack command, could have been foot movement. There's a long laundry list. It's so funny. The red card will be 1 or 2 things. Blue card will be 1 or 2 things. And then the yellow card will be like, a scroll.
Everything else.
Yeah.
Allison, clean third attempt for 125 kilos and 3 white lights.
All right, let's see if Steven can get this one in there.
It's good depth.
Two to one.
Good lift.
So now he's in. And we're going to get ready for Katie.
Katie stepping up to the bar, bringing some intensity.
But I tell you what, you see a lot of A7 apparel. It's like A7 is the presenting sponsor of USA Powerlifting or something.
Absolutely.
So we thank them for everything they do for the sport and for us in particular. So thank you to A7.
And a big smile as Katie finishes out that third squat. Looking back, 3 white lights. Alec, a good fight for that second.
Good lift. I'll tell you what, so if you're watching at home, say you didn't tune in to watch somebody, you were just looking on YouTube and you said, hey, what's this? Or you came across USAPowerlifting.com and you're like, hey, Jim, hey, Gunner, how could I do this myself? Well, I'll tell you what, it's pretty easy. You just go to USAPowerlifting.com, click on our calendar. You can sort the meets by country or by state, and you can see what meet is coming up near you. Just because you live in Mississippi or Minnesota doesn't mean you have to lift specifically in those states. Mm-hmm. Say if you had a Wisconsin meet or an Alabama meet work out better for you, go ahead. And I tell you what, getting involved is one of the best things. Say you get involved. Say you, hey, I'd like to figure out do what you guys are doing, or I'd like to come referee, or maybe I want a spot, but I don't know that I want to lift just yet. Hey, we're looking for those just as much as we are lifters. So,
oh, absolutely.
Contact your state chairperson. You can find all that information also under the admin section of USA Powerlifting. And I tell you what, we'd be happy to help anybody. So.
I could not agree more. As Ryan gets the 3 white lights on his second attempt, and Elise sinks down for that third. And a good fight that she's happy with for that third. 3 white lights. And yeah, and I think even now as somebody who's been a gym goer for I don't know how many years, but competing as a powerlifter for 3, I still have that sometimes walking in a new gym, that like hesitation or intimidation. But really any powerlifting gym you walk into, you're going to find a friendly face and somebody who's going to be more than happy to tell you about what it takes to get you into a meet or start powerlifting or anything like that.
Yeah, I tell you what, over the years, I've been involved with it quite a while now, over 20 years, and it's the amount of connections I've made, whether they're just people that I'm happy to see when I get to the meet, or they're friends that I talk to daily between meets, even in other countries. It's truly a blessing, the friendships that you get from this sport. Everybody, for the most part, is pretty nice. Everybody's rooting for you. We want to see people succeed. Obviously, you don't want to see them beat you, so to speak, but you want to see people succeed.
There's no doubt that, it is a competition, but I think you said it earlier, and I couldn't agree more, that events like these, they do feel like a family reunion. You're going to see a familiar face, somebody, just as happy to see you as you are them, and it's what I'm just so excited to be here and be participating both as an athlete and as a commentator. Just be around more and more people. It's very rewarding.
All right, Brandon and May finishing their squats. Hey, and they're both got their squats. So now, I believe everybody's in. Yes, everybody is in. So we kind of keep that rolling. Everybody's got a squat posted on the board.
Glad to hear it.
Talking about international competitions, we have the Bench Press World Cup going to be taking place October 19th and 20th in Lincoln, Great Britain. So I know we've had some great names already commit to that from the U.S. Jennifer Thompson, which everybody knows, has really just made her name for not that she's not also a great powerlifter, but she's really made her name in the bench, and I know she's going.
Oh yeah, synonymous with the bench press.
And we have the Australian Junior Nationals taking place just in a couple weeks. Deer Park, Victoria, Australia. So we wish good luck to all those Aussies, oi, 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 down under.
Reagan with a good lift.
Yep, as we get ready for Kenny Wong. 15-kilo jump. Hey, it looks like he knew what he was doing.
Handled.
Looks like that's been the biggest jump we've seen so far.
Among one, I had seen a 12.5, but I don't remember seeing any. 15 keys from 1 to 2 is significant.
And then speaking of 12.5, we have another one right here for Aiden as we get ready for Alana's Solar Nelson as well.
Another narrow stance here on platform 1. Locking it out.
No lift, 3 reds. Yeah, see, I definitely in agreement with the platform there. But hey, she's credited with her opener. She's in there. And we'll see what she does as we go along.
You've heard the phrase in other sports. I know I played goalie in hockey, and the term is short memory when stuff like that happens. You know, you're in the meet, you have the 1 squat in. There's still a majority ahead of you with the bench and deadlift.
I'll tell you what, I'm a big Ted Lasso guy, and there's a great saying in there that really works great for powerlifting. Be a goldfish, because they have the shortest memory. You know, much like a quarterback that throws an interception or a batter that strikes out. Hey, you missed that lift, but cool. You got 6 more, 7 more, 8 more, whatever the case may be.
No lift for Vicky.
We got a world record coming up for Crisaldia Facendo. I'll tell you what, whenever I see a name like that, I always feel like I overpronunciate.
Oh,
so
right.
I probably butchered it the other way. But again, so we've got the world record coming up. She was successful with 5 kilos less just a few moments ago.
Forgive my mental math, but with a 56-kilo junior taking a 160-kilo squat, we're approaching nearly 3 times body weight.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's right there at it. You know, 2.5 times at least. It's probably something like 2.65, somewhere in there. No lift for Austin. He is credited with his second, I believe. Yes, he is at 132.5 kilos.
Big brace. No lift for Criselda.
I'll tell you what, she really looked like she had it coming out of the hole and just lost her gas.
A lot of speed out of the hole, but then once getting to that sticking point of starting to get your knees locked out, that's where you can find some trouble in the squat.
Yep. So we're going to be starting flight C over here on platform 1 here in just a moment.
And a quick adjustment to the rack here.
That might be our Australian lifter. I think that's the logo they had on their singlets at the Masters Cup when I was there in May, but I'll be able to tell once we get a little closer. Or perhaps we can hear Gino in the background here in a moment tell us.
Jay walking back her first squat. Masters 1 lifter. Very strong. 3 whites for the first. Makes you feel good.
Alex Strong out of the hole. Let's see. 3 whites. Get ready for Kang on one side, Esther on the other.
In the green A7 meat kit. Looking good on the platform. 87.5 kilos. Makes the squat look good too.
It's a good lift.
Kang bringing some of that energy we were maybe talking about. Here's a third attempt squat, getting himself hyped up, excited. No lift for Kang. Kylie settles under the bar here.
Man, that was quick for Kylie.
Very fast first squat.
That was a long way up, too. She's a tall girl.
I was gonna say, worth mentioning, and also Ryan here appears to be wearing, you see most people are either going to be wearing for squat either a heeled shoe or a flat, any choice of flat shoe. A heeled shoe typically, I started off on a heeled shoe, but you typically will see those taller lifters wearing them. It kind of helps them put their legs in a better position, a better angle to be making sure that they're hitting depth. But also, of course, it's a matter of preference. One of the most important things you can do in order to be successful on the platform at a competition like this is just make sure you're feeling good and comfortable once you're under that bar. Alyssa walking out 110 kilos. Well, Brandon steps up for 165. Strong first attempt from Alyssa.
No lift for Brandon, but spotters are right there. We're going to be coming up your way in March, Gunner. We have the USA Powerlifting High School Nationals going to take place in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Oh, that's right.
March 20th through 23rd. I tell you, high schools and collegiates are two of the most competitive meets you'll ever see. The team aspect really does something to it. Mm-hmm. And the Collegiate Nationals, not to be outdone, is going to be in Oklahoma City, April 3rd through the 6th of next year.
Yeah, I've heard reputationally, Collegiate Nationals is an unmatched energy as far as the competitions go. Really being able to wear your university on your chest and compete, it's a very different feeling.
It is crazy. Definitely have cowbells ringing in your ears for a couple days after.
Good lift for Jalen.
Gonna get ready for Harley on this side and Shay on the other. Folks, as we start wrapping up the squats, we will move to the bench next and then the deadlifts. Today is a 2-session day. We'll have another session this afternoon. It'll be the Primetime. Which is where you'll see some of the more highly ranked lifters according to qualifying total.
Strong squat for Shay Broust. We've got a record loaded on the bar here for Aiden, 198 keys. Well, Taylor steps up to take her first.
There's a lot of Alaneses out of Texas, and you'll see a lot of competition this weekend trying to get to that Pro Series finals for next year, or for this year and for next year. You can earn your pro card this year. We have the Pro Series finals coming up. San Antonio, Texas, December 14th and 15th.
Meanwhile, no lift for Taylor. Well, Aiden gets his feet planted here for the third squat.
No lift for Aiden. He is credited with his second attempt, 187.5 kilos.
And the bar stays loaded for that record here.
Yep, Kenny Wong went 15 and then 13. As we get ready for Jennifer Escalante, 125 kilos, 275 pounds.
A smooth first attempt squat. No lift for Jennifer. Patty Tabachi steps up, 125 kilos. Kenny very calm as he approaches the bar here, making sure everything feels right.
And go for this American record right here. Not quite there today. He is credited with 185 on his second, which is going to be the second biggest squat of that flight, just behind Aiden at 187.5.
And another example of where maybe the attempt selection strategy kind of comes into play. For their thirds, both Aiden and Kenny wanting to go for that American record, but Aiden having secured a 2.5 key higher than Kenny there for the second. While Alana loads up 127.5 kilos.
Yeah, I tell you what, and that's one of the biggest things that you see, especially as we get into deadlifts. There's so many people, they're trying to position themselves for the third deadlift, which is, not far behind the third bench is one of the most commonly missed lifts in powerlifting.
Mm-hmm. No lift for Alana.
So they kind of forget, hey, I need to try to put myself in position on my second in case things don't go right for either one of us. So, because how bad is it? How bad is it when you cut it short a little bit on your second, but then y'all go both missed your thirds and you had the gas to do the lift?
Mm-hmm. Esther Contreras stepping out for 92.5 kilos. Good lift for Esther.
As you can see on platform 2, we've got the bench set up. We have the clock rolling. Between the disciplines, you're going to take a 10-minute break. Gives us time to change the equipment. Gives the spotters time to get a quick sip of something to drink. Same for the referees. You get to move around a bit and get ready to roll again with 3 more flights. The squat does. The squat does tend to take the longest. Bench seems to take the shortest.
Mm-hmm. Jay takes this 95 key squat. 3 white lights. And if you're tuning into the stream and you're going to be attending the event on any one of the later days, this continues through Sunday. I want to take a quick second. The man you see on the platform 2 there, one of the spotters and loaders, his name is Jake Christensen. If you do end up seeing him, if you come to the event, wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, that's good stuff there.
But yeah, you did say, of course, like that 10 minutes between disciplines, squat and bench, and then from bench to deadlift is just as necessary, of course, for the athletes to kind of recuperate and get warmed up to take their first attempts on bench. But those spotters and loaders, well, anybody working here, kind of being able to take a deep breath every so often is a good thing. Well, Kylie sinks this 112.5 second attempt. Her first attempt was incredibly fast, and that didn't look much slower.
No, so I'm interested to see where she goes from here.
And it might also be interesting to talk about at the national stage, as much as you can really, buy into the competition and want to place as best as you can, Powerlifting is kind of a beautiful sport in that you can get just as much reward out of the competition by, going 9 for 9 or PRing your meet total or any individual lift. There's a lot of satisfaction you can still get. Maybe you didn't place as well as you might have wanted to or hoped for, but, PRing a squat is going to feel good no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. People will hesitate from competing because they're worried about, will I win Nationals, World Cup, whatever. But really, it's about you versus you as we go along. Hey, am I getting better? Hey, I'm flight C. Three flights worth of my weight class. Let me try to win my flight. Now let me try to get top 10, top 5, top 3. All those things. And really, it's all about just having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And, having fun. But then if you are the kind of person who really, wants to grow and get better, powerlifting is the easiest way to measure progress. If you're getting better, those numbers are going up. And you can kind of, like anybody who is competing as a powerlifter has probably got a Google sheet or an Excel sheet with a long list of blocks and old PRs and everything like that, where you can look back and say, hey, I've made progress. And it's a wonderful feeling.
Absolutely.
Well, Taylor kills that second squat.
The important thing to remember is never stop the progress.
Absolutely.
Which is definitely on an A7 shirt.
Yes, it is.
We're going to get ready for Jalen Rodriguez.
$117.5 kilos.
Good strong attempt.
And as you're tuned into this live stream, you'll notice we have the bench set up already on platform 2 while we're working through these attempts for the squat. There's countless reasons why any flight or any platform may move faster than any other, with all these different individual variables. Lifters taking different amounts of time to complete a lift, set up for a lift, the spotters and loaders, and in general, flight sizes as well.
Right, and see, we have a couple screens over here that we're looking at. The screen that we have over here to the right with the LiftingCast, I basically can take my thumb, and there's that much of a gap at the bottom of one side versus the other, which is a full screen with a scroll bar. Sometimes that happens. You want to try to get it as even as possible, but it's not always the way it works out. So as Jennifer comes up with that one, she was unsuccessful on her opener. Let's see. No lifts. You got to take it a little bit deeper. Got the 2 reds on the side. Bar is loaded for Shea Bros here at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. As Gunnar mentioned, we'll be today through the 8th. We have 2 sessions today. 2 sessions today, 3 sessions the next 2 days, and then 2 on Sunday. And then the fun doesn't stop there for some of us, because we have our national governing body meeting on Monday, which is an all-day affair. It's very important for rules changes and honorary awards announced, and some other elections are happening. So it's open to all USA Powerlifting members. Good lift for Shea.
And as Jim was just mentioning, with the 2 sessions today, 3 Friday and Saturday, then 2 again on Sunday, the last sessions for each of those days are the USA Powerlifting Primetime sessions, where the flights of lifters for each weight class are selected based on a criteria being closest, their qualifying total being within a certain percentage of last year's winning total.
Yeah, and I myself, I get to participate in that Friday. I'll be helping Jaden Lowe out of Blue Mountain College, Mississippi, so I'm really looking forward to that. Jaden's coach was a lifter of mine, so it's kind of like the Battenville coaching tree. So it's kind of funny how things work around like that. So I'm excited for that, just as you're excited for lifting. I'm excited to referee this weekend. It's all great stuff for the love of the game, right?
Yeah. Lots of ways to get involved, lots of ways to just kind of be around some of the best powerlifting out there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, one thing I've seen through my career, the lifters that you see that are coaching the hardest, a lot of times are some of the best referees and some of the best lifters that there are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not always going to be the case, but man, it surely is something to watch those people just wear all those hats over the course of the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't been very uncommon to see our own president, Dr. Larry Melee, throw his belt on and stand at the back of the platform and spot.
Good lift for
Patty. If the situation called for it. So I've seen pretty much all of the quote-unquote big dogs, get their hands dirty down in there with the rest of us. So, it makes me really proud to be a part of this organization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can think of countless examples of coaches, especially on like the Nationals weekend, who have a roster of athletes both competing on every single day, Thursday through Sunday, while also having to compete themselves. And it's a lot of work, but I mean, it's just a way to show love back to the sport. So Esther takes a 5-key jump from second to third, locks out that squat. 3 white lights.
So I'll tell you, not quite mile high, but the elevation here is 4,300 feet, and you can definitely tell the difference because where I'm from in Mississippi, not too far from us, New Orleans is actually below sea level. So we're pretty low throughout the state, and it's you can tell the difference.
Yes, without a doubt. As Jay finishes that squat strong. I remember looking because no lift for Jay.
No lift, but she is credited with her second at 112.
I believe Minnesota is around an 800 above sea level elevation, and we're sitting just over 4,000 here in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it's something else.
And yeah, walking through the streets of beautiful Salt Lake, you get the privilege of seeing mountains over the skyline. It's quite a unique place.
So I just looked up the elevation for back home, just outside Jackson. We're actually half of what you are. We're at 279. All right, as we get ready for Kylie here.
Who's had 2 very fast attempts.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. She went to 120, and I was like, man, I don't know that I wouldn't go less than 120, but maybe as high as 125. Yeah, so, I mean, her coach really made the right call there. Mm-hmm. It's a great number. And she's a T3 lifter, which means she's either 18 or 19. She's got a long way to go in this sport.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I mean, that's really something you can watch her develop as we go along. So I'm interested, to see how she goes. A lot of times when you see those lifters that are younger, they may move into a different weight class up or down and really find themselves because, I mean, like she's a tall girl. She's still growing into that body. Mm-hmm. So I'm really interested to see what happens as she continues to put some mass on and just continue to add to her numbers.
Yeah, there's a lot of width in powerlifting to kind of explore exactly where you're the strongest and most comfortable competing.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a tough conversation, especially with younger people like, hey, you really can do something at this next class. And they're like, well, I don't want to. I'm like, well, but do you want silver or gold, or do you want fourth or silver? It's
a good lift for Melissa. Yeah, yeah, to your point, that is, you do there are tough questions to be asked, and, because sometimes people think it's really hard to lose weight, but it can be equally just as hard to gain weight to be effective, to continue, getting better as a power lifter.
Yeah, especially smaller lifters have a hard time, if you think, hey, if you go from 44 to 48, your odds really increase. Well, sometimes it takes everything they have just to, fill out 44.
Mm-hmm. Gino's excited here for Jalen to take this squat. No lift for Jalen. Barbell Productions, the media team behind putting this live stream on, the photo and video packages for our athletes here. A very hard-working crew that I've been staying with here the past couple of days in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I tell you what, just I saw them. I've seen them since Collegiate Nationals, and just continuously, everybody is part of this group, just working their tail off the whole time. All right, Jennifer was unsuccessful on her first two, so now we're going to try to get her in. As we talked about, if she is unsuccessful, she's not able to post a total to main, but she can continue lifting. Definitely looked pretty deep, so let's make sure there wasn't anything else we missed. She's in.
Yeah, weight she seemed perfectly capable of taking. It's just a matter of doing it to a competitive standard.
Yeah, and I tell you what, a lot of times, you know, a situation like this, it's the nerves and just trying to, and you never know, is there a weight cut involved? Is it the travel? Mm-hmm. You know, how far does she have to travel? I can tell you what, you know, we put in, you know, a couple good hours getting here, and then, again, that hike across the Salt Lake Airport was something. So, I mean, you never know how much that affects them, so.
Yes, countless factors that go into the, you know, success of a performance for
good lift for Jessica. 2-1 for Taylor, no lift. Salt Lake, a huge outdoor recreation hub. It's known for being close to the Wasatch Mountains. And I tell you what, man, just driving around here, I came in town early. I went to go visit my daughter. She lives in Wyoming, basically on the Idaho border. And I tell you what, I could not take the pictures fast enough for all the area, for Salt Lake, as we got into Ogden, Layton, and then once I got into Lava Hot Springs, Soda Springs, Pocatello, all that I was going through Idaho. And it's just so much to see on this part of the country. Good effort here for Elena and for Desiree.
I could not agree with you more. Coming from, I've lived in the Midwest my whole life, and, you know, I love that kind of green beauty with lakes and all that kind of stuff, but there's like an otherworldly quality to the West here, like out in Salt Lake. You might see some promotional material from A7 out on the Bonneville Salt Flats, just about an hour outside of Salt Lake City, and it looks like a different planet. And it's cool that USA Powerlifting has this effort and holds these events all over the country, well, and the world, of course, but all over the country, to where, and with all our competitors coming from all over the place as well, it's really a cool opportunity to be able to do this in a new place.
As Shay gets ready on her descent. Strong attempt. Let's see if she's credited with that. Good lift, 2-1. And I tell you, you know, my running joke when I was younger in the sport is like, hey, you know, I'm gonna go to such and such, and then my friends would be like, oh, what powerlifting meet was there? Because this sport has afforded me the opportunity to travel all over the country and the world. But crazy enough, I've been out west. We had the men's open teen junior nationals in Palm Springs in 2010, and believe it or not, we made the drive from Mississippi, and also made the drive to Aurora in 2009.
Okay.
So, you know, I've seen some of the West, but I have not been to some of the parts that I hit this weekend. And I'll tell you what, and Salt Flats are definitely on my list. I believe we're going to try to go Saturday night. So I'm really excited. One thing I've learned as I've gotten older, so Gunnar being a much younger man than me, I hope you're learning quick to get outside the venue as you can and check some of this stuff out, because, you know, you never know when you're coming back. You know, maybe Salt Lake is somewhere great that invites us back, and we end up on the rotation and we're coming here every year, every other year, or maybe we don't come back for 4 or 5 years. Well, in 4 or 5 years, it's going to be a totally different place. So it's really something, and I'm really thankful for all the travel that we're able to check out all these areas. USA Powerlifting really puts us in some great situations here.
Yeah, and I can definitely agree with that sentiment. Most of my traveling the past couple of years has been almost entirely due to powerlifting. Well, Salt Lake City now, of course, here. There was another meet, a local meet over in Appleton, but then also I competed in Memphis, Tennessee at last year's Nationals, and that was, I mean, really unique and like a a city with a lot of personality that I'm glad to have gotten the opportunity to be there just because of powerlifting.
Tracy getting ready. Now we've got the timer set on the other platform while we're rolling on platform 2. You'll notice on platform 1, they kind of started the timer before we're set up, which usually we wouldn't do. We'd wait till it's completely set up, but because of the lifter difference, they're going to try to make up that few minutes, cut the break short just a touch, but it still gives them a pretty good break. The break used to be 5 minutes, so I remember that. Right. So I'm very thankful for 10.
Good lift for Tracy.
It's like it's double or something.
Yeah. A noticeable difference. Significant. Vivian taking a 2.5 kilo jump between 1 and 2. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts, Jim. I would say that bench is one of the more technical lifts what you're doing on the competition platform, not only for a personal form and technique standpoint, but you're receiving the most commands from the judges. The pace is kind of determined not by yourself necessarily, but by the commands that the judges are offering you.
Yeah, it definitely, and there's so much to watch for. So you've kind of got to get everything right. It's not. It's a lot more, especially when you talk about working in your arch and your foot placement and all that. There's so much little technical stuff you can do to improve your bench, and that doesn't necessarily mean, I have to get stronger right away. It's, I can find all these fine tunes. Where do I need to be on the bench? Where do I need to have my feet? How do I need to situate myself? What kind of grip do I want to have? All these different things can be 2.5 kilos, 5 kilos, 7 kilos here and there. And at the same token, the referees you'll see the referees, not so much on our stream, but as we go along, if you're in the audience live here today or maybe at a future competition, you'll see most referees are going to move their chair for each discipline because, like I can tell you for me personally, I like to sit toward the corner, the back corner, about where the coach's box is almost, for bench, just because I feel like it gives me the best angle. But squat, I'm comfortable being on the side or toward the front, more at the front corner. And then deadlift, a lot of people will end up just sitting up front these days. It was something that I rejected for the longest time, but now I kind of do it as well. So it's really interesting to watch all those different dynamics.
Yeah, this isn't when you're benching on the national stage. This isn't repping out 225 at the NFL Combine. There's a lot more technique and precision being applied here for each of these attempts and these lifters.
Get ready for Jessica here. 148 pounds, 67 kilos.
A good lift. And this is where the spotters and loaders jobs ramps up a little bit in intensity, because not only are they adjusting the bar height, but also you saw it just there, the safeties on either side of the lifter to avoid, in the event of a fail, that the bar drops and lands on them. The arms on either side need to be set to a level specified by the lifter.
Right, and then, that's something that was really paramount when equipped was a lot more prominent than it is now. But I tell you what, you don't have to fail. You don't have to put on a bench shirt to fail at the 10. Right? And those things will come in handy, and I've seen them really be, a lifesaver, really.
Yes, because everything else aside, if we could get our athletes out of this competition healthy, then that is paramount to anything else.
All right, so we've got a slight pause in the stream here. So just looks like we're back. This is Jim Battenfield again with Gunner. Sorry about that delay, guys. We're trying to get that fixed up.
But bench press here, well underway.
Yes, we're on flight B on platform 2. Platform 1, not pictured. We're still wrapping up flight 8. Well, LiftingCast is behind, but I would imagine we're done with flight A as well on the other side. All right, we got Annabelle Butts, 65 kilos.
And you'll see in that lifter information graphic at the bottom of your stream on the right there, that number grayed out to the left of the bench attempt selections is what the squat total they secured. And what's going to happen is after they complete a bench, the squat and bench together are considered the subtotal before you move into the deadlift to have your complete total. Rebecca, 47.5 kilos. You'll also notice you're more than likely going to see much smaller jumps on the bench press as compared to the squat and especially the deadlift.
So not sure what happened with her opener, but that one looked a lot better. She went 2.5 kilos higher, so she's got that on the board.
Oftentimes, maybe you miss a bench opener. It's more of a technical cue, maybe, than a strength issue. As you can see, she moved up those 2.5 kilos with really no effort. It was a good lift.
I can tell you what, I can't remember what day I'm chief. I think it may be Saturday morning I'm chief. You'll definitely see me. I've got and you'll see other referees do it as well, have a microphone, especially for the bench press. I've got a speaker I'll put on my belt loop and a microphone just to make sure you can hear all 3 commands because it gets so loud in here. Even we turn the music down for bench, but just the natural sound between 4 platforms and Gino and the audience, it's really tough to hear. And on bench, you're laying down so you can't see us. So that's a tip I got from a fellow referee, David Goodwin. He showed me he did that, and so I've kind of been doing it these last couple, and it works out a lot better.
Anything to help out the athlete.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what we're here for after all.
Actually, no problems at all with that 5-kilo jump.
No.
Keeping 60 kilos on the bar for Laura. And you can just see Laura did it. The athletes for bench press have the option of having one of the head spotters assist them in unracking the bar from the bench. And Laura here waved off the head spotter, who's going to unrack herself. It's just a matter of preference for what makes you going to feel comfortable to complete your lifts. Laura, good bench there, 60 kilos, 3 white lights.
Okay, and I believe that we've been on. We just were trying to get caught up on the other platform. Just in case, this is Jim Battenfield. I'm here with Gunnar Gronsky. We're at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City, Utah, where we will be today through the 8th for USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Gunnar, Raw Nationals started in 2008. I remember it, very well. I wasn't at that one, but I have been to a couple since. This is the 16th iteration of this.
Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, and I can only imagine it's been getting a lot better since that 2008 date.
Yeah, I mean, so the turnout wasn't crazy in St. Louis, but you really started seeing it start picking up. There was, I believe, the first time we went over 1,000 was in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I want to say in 2005 13. I may be wrong. I'll
Okay.
double check myself on that. But yeah, it's really become a monster. I know Raw Nationals in Atlanta was well over 1,000, and that was in 2016. And it's kind of been where we're at.
Erica, clean 50 kilo second attempt.
Looks pretty good for Ariella. Good lift.
Manuel waves off the spotter. He's going to unrack this himself. 55 kilos.
We got Ariana with 62.5. Got a Masters 4 on platform 1 and a junior lifter on platform 2. So another situation where we have 50 years between the two lifters. So.
Two white lights for Emmanuel. And again, yeah, that dichotomy really just speaks to the accessibility of powerlifting as a sport. If you can find yourself a gym membership, you can eventually find yourself competing on the national stage if that's really what you'd like to do.
Yeah, I mean, especially, I haven't seen the metrics for it lately, but I know at one time we were having a huge amount of lifters that didn't start until they were in their masters. So for whatever reason.
Maya and Reggiana both very clean second attempts here.
6 white lights. So it looks like on platform 1 we're only about halfway through the second round of flight A, while we're wrapping up second attempts down to the last 3 for flight B on platform 2. Remember there was that big gap of lifters to shout at sometimes.
Kita self-unracking 57.5 kilos, and Annie having the spotter's assistance to unrack 67.5. No lift for Ankita. A good lift for Annie. So for those of you who might not be incredibly familiar with powerlifting, the process that an athlete goes through for the bench press is they're going to unrack the bar. They wait until they need their feet planted on the ground, butt planted on the bench, and the elbows locked out to receive a start command from the head ref, something that Jim has done, I have to imagine, plenty of times.
Yes.
You lower the bar to your chest. The bar needs to stop moving completely on the lifter's chest, where they'll receive the press command, wherein, as Autumn's just about to do here, she'll press that bar up and lock it out, and once those elbows are locked out again, the judge gives them a rack command. And I know my first nationals experience, while we have some good lifts here on both platforms, my first bench on the national stage, I think I jumped both the press and the rack command on my first bench attempt.
More common than you think.
There's a lot of excitement that goes into it, and sometimes it's easy to forget where you're at.
Good strong attempt for Stephanie.
3 white lights. Stephanie, who had taken those attempts at a record for the squad.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing her make that in the future because it's definitely there. So good lift. Now we're going to move to Rebecca Zhu.
Rebecca possibly being an example. I don't think we had seen her first attempt while the stream was down, but missed the first attempt, but still took a 2.5 kilo jump up for the second. More than likely just a technical issue, 2 red lights, but the strength is obviously there. She secured that 47.5 and is going to take the attempt at 50. No lift for Alexa on platform 1.
Good effort, just hit that sticking point.
Yeah, no issues on strength there for Rebecca. 3 white lights. And has gotten the bench out of the way.
Reagan getting set up for 52.5 kilos, about 115 pounds. And 72.5 for Jenna. 158, 159 right in there.
A really good fight for Reagan. Sticking with it. See the spotters getting into it too. Let's see what the judges say.
2-1, got a red card, a blue card. Blue card's going to be up and down on that one. Very easy to do.
Jenna's got her 72.5 kilos unracked. Bit of a sticking point, but locks it out. 2 white lights.
Got Katie Huang coming at 85 kilos and Lexi Kleinfen at 62.5. No lift for Lexi, but she is credited with her second attempt at 60 kilos.
Chloe getting ready on under the bar on platform 2.
Yep, and we got Katie Huang getting ready for 85 kilos.
Good lift for Chloe. And a strong lockout for Katie. Walks off to the tune of 3 white lights.
Got a raw open bench press world record. 88.5 kilos. Looks like she's already broken in our opener. May have been the national record or the American record she broke there.
Angela Pistilli.
She actually already owns the record, and man, has she really put it on over the last year. So she set the record back in July of 2023 at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Championships, 73 kilos. She's already been successful with 86.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so to add 15.5 kilos and still have an attempt to go really says something, especially at a 44 kilo body weight. Grossberg looks good. Let's see. Good
Angela
lift.
taking all of her time to make sure that setup is perfect. No lift there.
Yeah, she still has another chance at it. So this will be a junior raw world record. 98 kilos.
For Jocelyn Eng.
Just over double body weight.
Maybe someday, I keep telling myself.
Don't feel bad about it. If I was doing double body weight, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'll be getting ready for the prime time on Sunday.
No lift for Ariana. Well, Jocelyn gets set up here. Make sure the spotter's in line with her requirements for getting that bar handed off. Gets to the chest with a good press. Jocelyn, a strong record attempt here. 3 white lights.
That's a new world record, man. That's a smooth, easy world record too. So
that could, and I can't, assume too much on what the athlete is looking to accomplish, but you've achieved the world record on your second attempt. I mean, leaves a third attempt to really take a big swing if you so choose.
Right. I mean, she really has a chance to put it out there now.
Out of a strong lockout with 70 kilos. 2 white lights, a good lift. Well, Curly is retaking 45 kilos here. Like there's a little bit of hesitation at the touch point. No lift for Curly.
She's 0 for 2, so we're going to see. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wrong column. She got her opener at 40, missed her second and third. So she's in. She's good. She's still in the meet.
Kelly Sherwin's going to be stepping up here on platform 1, who had taken an attempt at a master's squat record. Lanny Wang is unracking here with 72.5 kilos. No lift for Andy. No lift as well for Kelly.
Gonna get ready for Annabelle Butts, 56 kilo junior, going 72.5 kilos, so touch over her body weight. And really, I mean, I've made some equipment references. I just love powerlifting. I don't care if you wear the gear or not. I lean toward equip, but man, I tell you what, I mean, when you start seeing these people that are doing double body weight raw, and even just percentages above their body weight, especially these lower weight classes, that's impressive. So the devil on my shoulder always wants to say, man, I want to see what they could do in a bench shirt if they can do that raw. But at the same time, some people, it's not for everybody. I just love powerlifting, so I'm glad to see all these new lifters that this has brought in. So I've made a couple of quick references, so anybody that's listening going, oh, that guy's talking about equipped again. Yeah, well, I just love powerlifting. I don't care. So, well, I care a little, but yeah.
Happy to talk about it in any capacity.
I can do it either way.
No lift on platform 1 as they prepare for Akita to retake 57.5 kilos for a third.
A baseball fan still loves the home run derby. I mean, and that's really what we've got going on with the Primetime at the end of the day, each day. I mean, it's really a great concept. I mean, it makes for a long day some days, and that's kind of the argument against it sometimes. But I'll tell you what, I mean, the atmosphere of those things is really something I'm looking forward to watching. I'm looking forward to being a part of one on the other side. It's just it's something else.
Austin with a good-looking attempt on platform 2, and the judges agree.
3 white lights for Austin as we get ready for Kevin Wynn. Trying to add to his total after 167.5 kilo squat. I tell you, you were talking about those Texas Strength Systems racks. One thing, the first thing I said to Wes when I saw him at Collegiate in Atlanta, these used to be we would always just have a 2x4 in the ground, but these metal stoppers they have with the branding for USA Powerlifting and for Texas Strength Systems, and then you can also see them on the side of the bench at this angle we have. It's really something. it's really, that kind of ingenuity is really sharp. It's always great to see, and it just makes the platform look better.
Yeah, the details. You
Yeah.
know, the overall presentation of what we get to look at and experience.
A manual with that lift is good. 3 white lights, 3 for 3 for his bench as we get ready for Kane. Yeah, I mean, it's a small thing that ends up being a big thing. But, I mean, you talk about, I remember we didn't have the backdrop the way it is now, where we didn't have custom backdrops every time. And, you can see the video screen that everybody can see that's in the audience, so there's no bad seat. And then you've got that branding with the plates and all that. So, I mean, it's really something.
Oh, absolutely. And I like what you said, no bad seat. Yeah, here in the Salt Palace, they've really done a good job. Like, this venue is gorgeous, and the USAPL setup we have here, technically 5 platforms. Here, Reggiana takes her last attempt at 62.5 kilos. You'll see, if you were to tune in for the primetime session later tonight, to the right of platform 2, where Steven Dieppe is taking his first attempt, is even a much larger video board, and this is where, like, the best of the best from each of the weight classes that are competing right now were kind of specifically selected based on some criteria to all be in the same flight to really ramp up that excitement and that shuffling of places. And really, those are the lifters who you're going to be very likely to see on the podium at the end of the day. Right,
and it's something else. And so I implore you to come back and watch this afternoon, the prime time, and hey, the rest of the weekend. I mean, we've got your entertainment covered all weekend. Don't like any of the games you're on? Maybe you're a Florida State fan and they're already 0-2, and so the season's over. Feel free to hang out and watch us. Our season never stops.
Welcoming all Seminoles. Stephanie gets that to the chest. Fights for that 62.5 kilos. 3 white lights.
Man, that was a good looking over for Alec.
Bars loaded for Harley, while Alexa gets this handoff for her third attempt, retaking 62.5 kilos. No lift for Alexa. Harley, good press there. 2 white lights. Spotters rushing in and out of there, making sure everything's adjusted exactly right.
Yeah, again, we mentioned it in the squats, so we're going to just say it ad nauseum, man. Spotting is the hardest job. We really appreciate everybody that's here. The A7 platform crew, thank you, A7, for providing these shirts for everybody to wear. It's the hardest job in powerlifting, man, and,
without a doubt.
These guys, you mentioned there's a crew here from Minnesota. There's no telling where all these guys are from, and gals too, because I'm sure we'll see some female spotters as the weekend goes along.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's just it's really something to watch how they can move in synchrony and keep this stuff going, keep everybody safe. We're really great to have some great volunteers, and it's a very volunteer heavy sport. So
yes, very true. And there's some levels of the competition happening this weekend. I had mentioned earlier while the spots are going on, and you could see some members of them on platform 2 here. We have the Minnesota spotting and loading crew, and then Texas Strength Systems also has a crew that they send with their equipment, those racks and bars that we have on the platform. They've got 2 different teams that are kind of have a little bit of a friendly rivalry when it comes to how fast they can change weight on a bar and keep things moving here.
Yeah, and I tell you what, when you get those teams that want to do that kind of thing, it is just music to the ears of the platform referees and the lifters, because it's just going to keep rocking and rolling.
Oh, yeah.
As we're ready for Jenna and Kenny here.
75 kilos for Jenna, 107.5 for Kenny. No lift for Jenna. It'll be interesting to pay attention to the attempt selection for Kenny here, as he had kind of gotten to that battle with Aiden over that squat record, and see if there's any further jockeying for position when we come to the second and third attempts.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that's one thing that I'm looking forward to us to recap as we get into the deadlifts coming up very soon. With the LiftingCast, it makes it very easy for us to check it out, and then you'll see graphics pop up as we go along that says, hey, this is going to move this person from third to first. Mm-hmm. It's going to keep them in fifth. So it really is, it's come a long way.
Yeah, we're approaching the nitty-gritty here, so to speak. It gets that to the chest and locks that out no problem. Katie, 90 keys here, having taken 5 kilo jumps between first and second to third. Big fight there, no lift for Katie. What would have been just over 2 times body weight bench press.
All right, we got Cole coming here. So interesting here, Angela was unsuccessful with 88.5, but now is moving to 90.5. So you wonder if she maybe just didn't like the way she got set up, or just got out of her groove just a little bit. Or perhaps she's just taking a shot saying, hey, I plan on trying 90.5. We're going to try 90.5. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know I get the same way, where you have a weight in mind or a number in mind that, you've been thinking about for a long time, and you've mentally prepared yourself to hit it. And, you got, if you have the opportunity to physically get it, you got to take it. So 90.5 kilos for Angela. No lift for Angela. Yep. And I think it's very true of some of the best benchers, best benching powerlifters, who to a degree are so technical that it's not a matter of whether they're strong enough or not. It's really if your foot wasn't quite at the right angle, or you weren't holding the bar just exactly so, things can get thrown off to where you can say, oh, that second attempt, I know what to fix into that third attempt.
All right, we're going to move to 103 kilos here for Joycelyn.
Kevin has no trouble locking out 92.5 kilos. Jocelyn is preparing herself for another record attempt here.
Yeah, the graphic didn't pop up that time, but that was a junior world record on her second, so this is going to exceed her junior world record. And 5 kilos is pretty serious.
She did not receive the start command.
Yeah, so they gave her the replace call, which is why this is a good lift on the other side. But they gave her the replace call, which means her butt may not have been touching the bench. She may have her hands out too wide. It could be a variety of things. So they gave her a replace call. As long as she still has time before the start command, she can still make the attempt. It's really tough to do, especially on bench where, as we just mentioned, you can be a lot more technical. So she's unsuccessful with that. Probably rushed it a little bit, trying to beat the clock. But, nonetheless, she's still credited with it. Credited with 98 kilos on her second. Still has a world record. And we'll see her in the deadlift.
Yeah, you'll see that much more often in the bench, where the time plays into a factor so much more so than the squat or the deadlift. Brielle prepares for her 52.5 kilo opener. Alec provides instructions to the head spotter here.
Yeah, Gunnar, since you're obviously an active lifter, why don't you speak to that a little bit better? Because you can do that more than I can.
Yeah.
As far as what he's telling, what he may or may not be telling the spotter.
I think, and it again, I've kind of been hammering home this point of more than anything, you just want to be comfortable with how everything feels when you're about to take an attempt. And I know, and another credit to the spotters is being adaptable to whatever might get asked of them by the athletes on any given platform. But you just want to make sure you're kind of clearly and concisely communicating to that head spotter that, hey, here's how I'm going to set up, and I'm going to I'm going to count down from 3 or count up to 3 and on lift or on 3. It's just, I want you to give me, and there's a lot of range you can ask from. Some people just need like a little bump just right off the J hooks. Other people really like to have that bar guided out right in the right spot over your chest. It's just a matter of like getting that bar out to where you want it in order to feel good starting the lift.
Absolutely. All right, we've got Harley as the lifter. 100 kilos. Good lift, 2 to 1.
Isabella Snyder stepping up for some 67.5 kilo opener. Some very strong squats.
Again, if you're watching at home and you go to the gym already, or maybe you don't even go to the gym, maybe you'd like to get started going to the gym to start going here. There's all kind of resources on our USA Powerlifting website, from the calendar to tell you where events are, to the coaching database for a coach that may be in your area. Kind of the world is your oyster, and there's a lot of people with USA Powerlifting. They're just waiting to help you.
Absolutely. The only reason I kind of discovered and did my first meet was reaching out to people who had already competed, and were more than happy to provide me, point me in the right direction of getting a coach and then just finding a local meet to sign up for.
Yeah, well, especially, it's so big, and, it's nice to be out west and have a great turnout, but it's so big in the Midwest. It's so big in the South. It's so big in the Northeast. You almost forget about these other places to the west. But Gunnar, as we mentioned a while ago, the most lifters from one state this weekend is California.
California.
Now, and
over 100, right?
Yeah, it's 127. So, it's 10%ish of our meet. It's pretty real. Because I can tell you what, there wasn't 10 to 15% of them from California when we were in California, in 2010.
Yeah, it's really encouraging to hear like examples like that of how the sport is growing. Because I have not been around powerlifting as long as you have. I was kind of one of the people who started joining as Kenny pushes through. No lift for Kenny, but kind of in that post-COVID era where it feels like I personally know a lot of lifters or power lifters who kind of started right around that time too.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's been an influx, because I wasn't as active during that time. There's so many lifters I come around now, and I'm just like, man, I don't recognize this name, but he's really strong. Gunnar, as I told you, you're one of them. We had a little bit of coordinating where we were talking about how we were going to do things today, and of course I scrolled down that IG page and checked it out, and I said, all right. So it's always nice to see. Look forward to seeing you compete later in the weekend.
Well, thank you. As Aiden completes his 117.5 kilo second attempt, and at least 3 white lights under 75.
One person we haven't highlighted, we've talked about Barbell Productions as a whole. One person we haven't highlighted is our director today, Bryce. And I'll tell you what, from this angle that we have where we're sitting behind him, he basically has been playing musical chairs, because he's having to move from one to another to fix whatever issue, put out the fire before it gets lit. fix the fire when it does catch on fire, like when we lost service for a little bit. But a lot of times when that stuff happens, it has nothing to do with what's going on back here. It could be an internet issue, it could be bad weather in the area. Being out here, I mean, it could have been, a bear could have chewed the wire and we had to switch to a different wire. So, I can tell you that was one thing, especially for me. You may see this in the Midwest, but I don't see it in the South. Driving down the road, it says, look for livestock, and you just see a bunch of cows. They're right on the highway pretty much, and you better be paying attention.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, eyes on a swivel. Or head on a swivel, rather.
I think the best sign I've seen all weekend, other than these white lights that are about to come up for Austin, good lift. So now we're getting ready for Kevin Wynn, 95 kilos, and Vicky Zen, 85 kilos. One of the best signs I saw all weekend is it said, watch for wildlife the next 22 miles, watch for falling rocks the next 26. I was like, well, here we go.
All right.
But I'm telling you, man, I can't stop staring at the whole landscape of where we are.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, I went a little bit further, but everything around Salt Lake just looks absolutely awesome. I can't wait to go check out some more of the city.
Yeah.
When I get done this morning. So, really looking forward to it.
It's a good lift for Kevin. Have you gotten the opportunity to see anything in particular here in Salt Lake City?
Not yet. So we got here on Sunday, and then we left, but then we're back. I'm here until Tuesday, so I'm gonna have plenty of opportunity to check some stuff out, and I cannot wait.
Oh yeah.
Flats being at the top of the list, but I'm not gonna make it out there today. I know. No lift for Kang. Nice effort. Looks like he's going to be credited with his second attempt at 92.5 kilos. Good lift for Tiffany. She gets on the board.
Griselda steps up for 87.5 kilos.
Now we got Steven at 100 kilos. Griselda at 87.5 kilo. Griselda, we remember, took the shot at the world record earlier.
Good fight for Steven, but it results in a no lift. A good lift for Griselda. But yes, I can absolutely attest to the Salt Flats being worthwhile traveling out to. It's for those who aren't necessarily interested in space travel, it's probably the closest thing you might find to the moon. It's a very, it's an otherworldly landscape. Very, very, very beautiful here in this area. It gets to the chest here. No lift for Alec. Reagan Lacey settles in on the pad there. Some good grip on the bar.
Strong attempt for Reagan. Let's see. Good lift. And as Harley gets ready to go with 107.5 kilos, again, we're at the 2024 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals in Salt Lake City, Utah at the Salt Palace Convention Center. If you're in the area, come on down. We're here till Sunday.
Katie, a USAPL Bench Pro, stepping up for her first attempt here at 95 kilos. Gets to the chest and locks out. Looking up at the board for the lights.
Yeah, she made it look just like a pro should, really.
Brielle Buell, 55 kilos on the bar. Brandon also settles into the pad there.
Brandon, I just barely missed it, the 112 kilos, so this is an American record attempt. 112 as opposed to 112 and a half.
And locks
That looked
that
good.
out.
Let's see.
The back room looks happy. The judges
lift.
are too.
New world record.
Congratulations to Brandon. Day one, and we've already had several American and world records on the bar.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, the weight and the people are only going to get heavier as we move along. So,
Ryan Ahmed with what looked like was the perfect third attempt selection on the bench there. 3 white lights, can move on into deadlifts feeling good. Alana Soler, 65 kilos on the bar. Setting up, getting the hands placed with Kenny retaking that 112.5 kilos.
that was really fast off her chest. Good lift for Kenny. No lift. Blue cards, so could have been up and down.
The right side of her bar had looked like it may have come in contact with the rack, maybe causing some other form of technical breakdown.
Right. Get ready for Aiden for his third attempt at 122.5 kilos.
He's no trouble at all with that 72.5 kilos. 3
Nice
white
job.
lights.
Yep, nice job for Velasquez. Aiden's going to be our last lifter on the bench on platform 2.
Aiden feeling good. There is a level of excitement and energy that the athletes bring to this event that, you know, it's so and especially, I mean, I consider it almost an advantage that I get to be here early, watching all this, competing on Saturday to kind of just soak it in and, you know, tap into that energy and see how much fun everybody else is having.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely will add to it, and it's just going to put you in a better position. So we love to see that.
Maya making quick work of that 75 kilos.
Yep, love to see those white lights for her.
Just as the spotters and loaders make equally as quick a work dismantling the platform, getting ready for deadlifts here. Platform 2. As Isabella Snyder settles into position here for 75 kilos. Gets it off the chest, locks out.
Let's see what the referees say. Good lift, 3 white lights.
Isabella's been having some good fights for her lifts. That third attempt squat, good healthy grind. That second attempt bench as well. Allison Chang now, 77.5 kilos. Good press for Allison. Big
Good lift.
jump. 7.5 kilos from first to second. Excited to see what she takes for her third, while Alexia Marino prepares for her 80 kilogram second attempt. Good lift for Alexia. As you can see, we're waiting to get deadlifts underway here on platform 2. Have to be granted. You can barely make it out, just over 6 minutes. Waiting for first attempts there. While they get the bar load, or as Vicky explains how she wants that handoff for this 90 kilo second attempt. Start command to the chest. And a strong bench from Vicky, very strong.
Yeah, it was pretty snappy.
3 white lights. Tiffany Doe taking a 5 kilo jump between 1 and 2. And you'll see, just like Tiffany did, that just brief explanation of how she'd like that handoff for this attempt. It's something it's good to serve a reminder to the head spotter and loader, because that's not something, with the amount of athletes that they're going through on a daily basis, they're not going to be able to remember your exact specifications as you're taking each attempt. Good lift. Selda stepping out, asking for a handoff here. 92.5 kilos. Sets her feet. Bars in her hands.
Looks good.
And another very strong attempt there.
Good lift, 2 to 1. Again, as we talked about earlier, all we're looking for is 2 white lights. 2 whites is good, 2 reds is bad. People trying to get 3 white lights is always crazy to me. Just take the 2. How many times you made 3 people happy at the same time?
I'm gonna be taking that one home with me. It's good. It's a good reminder. Gino there on platform 2 in his absolute finest here for this first day of competition in Salt Lake City. Reagan Lacey on racks here. No lift for Reagan.
Now Katie's going to take us over 200 pounds.
Katie also a very frequent competitor. She's done a handful of bench only and full power meets. This will be her 4th meet in the calendar year 2024. Taking 100 kilos. Also competed at the Arnold Sports Festival this past March. Lights. Nothing but a breeze for Katie. Setting up for the third attempt, 60 kilos. Underacts nicely. Quick to the bench and no problem, or quick to the chest and no problem getting it off.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. Her bench is, bringing it to her chest, bringing it to the bench, same thing.
Thank you.
I got your back, dog. All right, so we're getting ready for Alana. She had a technical issue on the last one, really strong off her chest, so confident she was able to correct whatever that was.
I believe she was the one who had hit the rack on her way up on that second attempt.
Yeah, that looked really good. Let's see. Good lift.
No doubt on the strength there. Just a matter of an unfortunate circumstance on the second attempt.
So something interesting to bring up as we approach the 3-minute clock on the other platform. So one thing you'll hear if you're here live and in person is no more changes. So 3 minutes before the flight starts, then you can't change your opener anymore. So if that last warm-up went bad and you forgot to change it, or you were trying to change it for strategic position for deadlift, then the clock just ran out on you. So it's very important. A lot of stuff you have to watch as we're going along. And Elise will go along with those 3 white lights. That's a good lift for her.
Yes, because it's hard to account for when you're, as an athlete going to compete on any given powerlifting meet. You're going into the meet knowing what you'd like to open with on each of the three lifts, but by the time you've gotten 3 squats and 3 benches in,
right,
just like you had said, maybe that last warm-up didn't really move the way you would have loved it to, and you still want to get as many successful attempts as you can, so you'd like to be able to, have the freedom to make that change. That's why it's important to kind of, when you have a good coach and a good handler alongside with you, your meet day is just going to be a lot smoother.
Yep.
Speaking of smooth, my 77.5 kilos, 3 white lights.
10 out of 10 on the transition there.
Well, thank you. Well, I'm learning. We're getting there.
All right, getting ready for Isabella at 77.5 kilos, moving up 2.5 kilos from her second. No lift on that one. But she only made a 2.5 kilo jump, so that's kind of like, if I get it, cool. If not, okay.
It's not going to kill your total.
But it's still smart to go out there, even if she thought she was max at 75, to go out there and try to get the 77 and get the extra 2.5 kilos. Maybe it takes 2.5 kilos off the floor. Maybe it accounts for a body weight differential with another competitor. So you still want to take the attempt, even if you're 70% sure you're not going to get it because the second one was so hard. Worst you can do is get it. It's one of those things like if you don't ask, the answer is always no.
Right.
It's very much like that. Good setup for Allison.
Yeah, you're making an effort to leave all the kilos out there on the platform, and when you failed that third attempt, maybe you felt like you were going to anyways. That way, you didn't have any more in the tank. You're not missing out on, those couple of extra kilos on the total.
Yeah, you're not trying to roll any of this into an IRA or a 401k. What you have here is what you have. It doesn't carry over to the next meet. So you might as well try to get as much as you can.
Very clean bench by Alexia here. 2 white lights. Vivian without any struggle on that opening deadlift there.
Yeah, Vivian, one of our youngest competitors here. There's 3 that are all the same age. She's the youngest. Cole's another one. Got them both lifting this morning.
Nikki Zen settling in here. Lauren Camiso locks out that deadlift, no issue. Nikki gets it to the chest and a strong third attempt, 92.5 kilos. Locked in, 3 white lights. All 3 of our deadlifters so far on platform 2 have been pulling conventional. Another good attempt, 110 kilos by Jessica. Tiffany Doe with 95 kilos on the bar. No lift for Tiffany, but another good lift on platform 2 for the deadlift. And if you're watching and wondering what I meant when I said that all of our deadlifters so far have pulled conventional, there are two major forms of pulling the deadlift in the USAPL. Conventional, which is what you've seen where the stance is much, essentially a shoulder lift apart. Looks like Delaney is going to be setting up as a good example for the sumo. So her legs are a little wider spread apart, and her arms are going to be in between to grab that bar. And it's a matter of, I've talked about it so far today. It's a good lockout by Delaney. If you've been watching this whole time, you've seen we've got all sorts of shapes and sizes of bodies here competing as a power lifter. And that lends itself to you having different advantages and different types of lifts. Maybe you're better in the squat than you are the deadlift for any number of reasons. And so athletes will have a preference on how they choose to pull the deadlift. Good lift for Griselda, 97.5 kilos of platform 1. Sophie crushes her 130 kilo opener on the deadlift. Minnesota strong. Katie getting hyped up for her last bench here, 102.5 kilos.
Desiree getting ready for her opening deadlift on the other side. Got that. She had that smile as she walked out. She got a little more serious as she's getting going.
Katie going to be benching a half kilo over 2 times body weight, which is, I don't know if we can stress this enough, no small feat, especially when it comes to these lighter weight classes. And a good push, locked out by Katie. 3 white lights. Professional. As Tracy sets up with a very wide sumo deadlift stance. Jay Basudal, 52.5 kilos, opening bench attempt.
Tracy getting ready with her opening deadlift. Pushes through.
Good lift. Another strong pull from Vivian. 3 white lights for the 77.5 kilo second pull. While Jalen Rodriguez settles into the bench here on platform 1. Gets it at the chest and blasts it off. No problem. 3 white lights.
Good lift. Kylie coming up, 57.5 kilos. See if this flies like her squats were.
Right. No doubt there. Kylie making it look like she's still warming up. 57.5 kilos, 2 white lights to make it good. You'll see on the second platform, for the deadlifts especially, the spotters now kind of become responsible for keeping the bar clean as well. As the more athletes use the bar, they're putting chalk on their hands to keep their hands dry and to maintain a good grip on the bar. And as you can see here with Valeria, what she has on her legs there is baby powder to avoid too much friction from occurring between the bar and her legs as she pulls it up, just like you saw there. And so to avoid too much buildup on the bar from lifter to lifter, you'll see they brush it off, keep it clean, and just make sure that the conditions are ideal for the athletes.
Yep, see, we're cleaning up for Delaney. Coach may have requested it.
Yes, and yeah, the coaches, there's a fair share of things they can ask for in getting the bar prepared to make sure that their athlete is well prepared. Shea Brost, 60 kilos, platform 1 bench.
As a lifter, you have so many things already going through your mind as you're going out there. So that's why it's important to have a good coach or handler that's going to check all that stuff, make sure the weights look like they're right, make sure that the bar doesn't look too saturated with chalk / baby powder. Make sure that there's not a divot in the platform. Maybe as we may see later in the weekend. Because sometimes you miss those things until later. I know I saw there was a situation in Greenville where somebody went to move and there was just barely a staple just a touch too high, and I mean it didn't affect them. They were able to adjust, but they're like, hey, that's in the wrong spot, so we want to get that fixed so it doesn't affect somebody else.
Yeah.
So I mean it's very rare it happens, but I mean that's one of the million things that all these moving parts behind the scenes have to be cognizant of. So man, it's a lot of work to put these things on.
Yeah, where you can have a clear and fresh mind kind of covering all that minutia.
Yep.
The less you have to worry about as an athlete, as a lifter, about to go take your attempt, the better.
All right, that was a good lift for Desiree, and we're getting ready for Patty on platform 1.
Patty's got that 62.5 kilos in her hands. And a good lift. Clears her mind, approaches the bar.
Good strong attempt for Tracy. Let's see what the referees say.
3 white lights.
It's a good lift. Now we're going to go back to the top of the order with Vivian, who again is one of our younger lifters here.
Taylor takes 65 kilos on platform 1 for a fast bench and a good lift. You'll see Vivian, as you just pointed out, one of our youngest lifters. I believe I had mentioned that she had squatted without knee sleeves, and you'll see now she just pulled that third deadlift with no issue without a belt. And I think it's not entirely uncommon to see younger lifters get more slowly introduced to the equipment of powerlifting as they're still, learning the fundamentals and becoming familiar with the movements that they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're just talking knee sleeves and a belt and a singlet, I mean, that's a lot to get used to wearing. When you're just doing whatever in the gym.
Yeah, it can really introduce an entirely different sensation while you're doing those lifts that you may already be familiar with.
Strong attempt for Melissa, and she's rewarded. And let's see, Lauren. It's a good lift.
Jennifer stepping out here for 85 kilo opener. Jessica with convincing lockout there on platform 2. 3 white lights.
So just to recap, since I've got the LiftingCast on this side, as we're halfway through third attempts. So as it sits right now, not knowing if there's more coming down in a different flight or perhaps on the other platforms, Vivian is sitting in first place, Lauren in sixth. Jessica is in first in the Raw team. Valeria is sitting in first in her team division.
All smiles for Valeria.
Delaney coming up is sitting in first in her team division, but third overall in the open. Sophie is sitting in fourth. Desiree in second in the open, and Tracy in first. So interested to see if we have any changes here. Try to jockey for position.
It's Jay on platform 1. Finishes out that 57.5 kilos second bench. High five and a hug from Gino for Delaney. Good third attempt on the deadlift.
Yep.
Sophie steps up and gets herself prepared for this final pull.
Yep. Sophie's in fourth. This will keep her in fourth, but it's going to add some kilos to her total. Not quite there. Sometimes when you see it like that, you almost say, oh, was there a misload? But doesn't look like there was, so sometimes that just happens. But hey, she had a 7 for 9 day. Going to finish with just over 700 pounds as her totals, 325 kilos. So, all right, then we've got Desiree coming up with her last attempt at 155 kilos. This will keep her in second.
All smiles today.
Hey, and you know what? If she pulls this, she's going to finish 9 for 9, so she's got something to smile about.
Ooh, and a great effort by Desiree.
Now, keeping in mind that some of these classes, as we're reading these placing, there may be more coming in another flight. There may be some in the prime time tonight. So, you know, these placings are still subject to change, but you can stay tuned to LiftingCast, or you can just click on usapowerlifting.com, follow the links, and we'll keep you the most up to date as possible.
Kylie with another good fast bench on platform 1. Jalen Rodriguez readying the bar here on platform 1.
Tracy sitting in first currently. This will wrap up her day, keep her in first as we speak. Even without that, she's still going to stay in first. She only gave up 2.5 kilos there, so it's worth a shot. Just was trying to add to her day. So we're going to get ready with Annie Wang on platform 2 to start the second flight, flight B of deadlifts, while Alana McGorlick is going to keep us going for the third round of bench for the flight C on platform 1.
Very steady to the chest there, locked out. 2 white lights.
All right, here we go. We got Annie going with 100 kilos.
Very snappy pull from Annie. 3 white lights. Show for it. Shay readies herself here on the bench. 65 kilo second attempt.
So interesting here, we actually have some lifters on platform 1. They're in the same weight class as lifters on platform 2. Platform 2 is going to be done, so there's no tit for tat on trying to go back and forth. But at the same end, really it's a catch me if you can type situation. Not uncommon in collegiates. So even back before the days of primetime, it would not be uncommon to see 2 and 3 flights of a particular weight class, and somebody may win from what we call the B flight because everybody in the A flight gets going and they get going at each other and they forget, oh, John Smith already posted a 350 kilo total or whatever the case may be, And then they win. I saw it. We mentioned Gino's first collegiates in 2014. I saw it in 2014 in the 83 kilo class. I couldn't remember if we were 83 or 82.5 then, but there's a lifter that won from the B flight. So
that's almost when the winning, so to speak, total has been posted by that faster flight. It almost kind of streamlines your strategy as far as you have that number to aim for and try and beat.
Yeah, makes it sting a little more when you miss it, but yeah,
that's true.
And then you're just sitting in the audience as the lifter that's already posted his total, going, "Oh, all right, missed that one. Okay, cool. Oh, not that one."
Makes for a very captive audience.
It does. It was a great lift by Rebecca. 3 white lights, as it should have been. So we're going to get ready for Ariella Grosberg and Taylor Alaniz. Sorry, one line off. Maya Guru on platform 2.
Three white lights for Taylor. They load 85 kilos onto the bar for Melissa on platform 1. Melissa stepping out, giving the spotters some love.
Very quick opener for Ariella.
Chest for Melissa and locked out. It's a good lift.
Just one more bench for round 2 on flight C.
Smith sets that brace. Under 30 kilos is off the floor. It's a good lift. Jennifer on platform 1 with a very, very smooth and technical second attempt. Good lift.
Absolutely. Get ready for Annabelle over on platform 2. Junior lifter. All right, get ready for Jay on bench. First bencher of flight C, round 3.
Good lift for Autumn. As Jay gets it down to the chest and locks out that last bench. 3 white lights. And our third attempts are underway for this flight, I should say.
Ariana Horner getting ready for her opening deadlift at 132.5 kilos. Oh, she is built for it. That looked exactly like I expected it to.
That was about as textbook of a deadlift as you could ask for.
Man, the way she is built with the long legs and the long arms, she's a junior lifter as she continues to come into her game, whether it's at 56 or 60. or even potentially there's a new class on the docket at the NGB that could happen. So we'll see to level out the weight classes. There's a proposal up to bring in the 63 kilo class.
Okay.
That would give some equality between the two weight classes. You want to have as many male weight classes as we do female classes. That's just it's something that has always been kind of tough to do because of the way the split is based on the lifters. Mm-hmm. So interested to see. You can stay tuned to usapowerlifting.com in the weeks to come for results for that, or follow us on Instagram, Threads, on X, Facebook.
All the countless social media platforms.
Yeah. All of the things.
Yes, as a nice blanket statement. It's Kylie Crease.
My favorite comedian says that, and he's actually out of Minnesota. So that's a good lift.
It's a good lift. For the first lift, she had to struggle so far today. Locks it out and gets those 2 white lights.
Nice and smooth for Chloe at 253. Got Alana at 67.5.
And a good fight for it.
Look good from here. Let's see what the referees on the platform said. 2-1.
That'll do it.
Lexi getting right down to business. She waited probably the least of anybody else that's walked to the platform. She pretty much set her feet and went. So she knew what she's doing, though. 3 white lights. Get ready for Maya and Jalen. As a reminder, we do have some guest lifters from other countries. We have affiliates in, one of them being Mexico. Notice the Mexican flag on Jalen's singlet. That doesn't necessarily mean that she is the guest lifter we have from Mexico, but nice segue. As Maya gets that to the top really easy. Good lift. Have some guest lifters from Australia, Bahamas, Colombia, Mexico, and South Korea here this weekend. Got Rebecca Zhu setting up a 130, 12.5 kilo jump. Nice healthy jump. This will move her into 11th as we sit. In the junior division.
Well done by Rebecca.
As we set up for Patty. As Patty and Ariella get ready, just a reminder, we're here at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City, Utah, home of the 2002 Winter Olympics, named after the Great Salt Lake, the largest saltwater lake in the Western Hemisphere. Good lift for Ariella. And Patty, that's a good strong attempt. Let's see. Yep, so something technical on that when you get that yellow card. Again, that yellow card is just a blanket for all of the things that could have gone wrong.
Which really speaks to the technicality and, detail that these athletes are bringing to the bench press.
Oh, absolutely. Reagan unsuccessful with that one, but we'll see her on her third. Autumn is the lifter at 135. Shay going 70 kilos. Got about 4 benches left on the left side, the platform 1.
A lift for Shay. Autumn handles that deadlift. With 3 white lights. Lower leap, plants the feet. mixed grip puller.
Good lift for Laura. Get ready for Taylor Alaniz. 75 kilos, 165 pounds, or in loading terms, a red. No lift for Taylor. She is credited with a second of 70 kilos. Annabelle's going to get ready for 140 kilos.
Good lift on platform 2.
We got record attempts over here on platform 1. Unfortunately, sometimes doing both two platforms, you miss whether this is an American record or a world record. We'll find out in just a moment. Nonetheless, we're going to get behind Melissa here. Either way, it's hers now.
Does he get your arm raised by Gino here? Congratulations, Melissa.
Sounds like it was a world record if I heard the announcement right from the venue. Now we're going to get ready for Annie Wang on deadlifts on platform 2 and Jennifer for bench on platform 1 to end the benches for the morning session.
Jennifer staying steady with 5 kilo jumps here, leading to a 95 kilo attempt for a third. Giving the spotter the okay to get that bar off the rack. Annie Wang locks out that deadlift. It's a good lift on platform 2. No lift for Jennifer on platform 1. Chloe going through the motions, getting set up for her third pull. Through the pole. That's locked out. That's a good lift for Chloe Cella. Sailor. My apologies. Platform 1 gets dismantled for deadlifts. Lexi Kleinfeld steps up for a 125 kilo deadlift. The belt matching the socks. Jim, it's been said that if you look good, you feel good, you lift good.
Absolutely. When that came up earlier during squat, I almost said that, so it was funny. Parallel thinking there. Getting ready for Reagan, 132.5 kilos. I don't see any stirring, so what we may be seeing here is Reagan was unsuccessful that second. She doesn't think she's got enough in her, but instead of passing, she's being courteous to the number of lifters that are behind her and turning in an attempt. The clock the bar has to be loaded for that attempt and left for 1 minute, and it gives all our competitors a break, so it's just a gesture. Again, it just feeds back into, everybody being so nice to one another for the most part, even though it is still a competition. So it's just one of those inside baseball things. You may not know what's going on, but that's what is happening right now. And you know who appreciates that? Maya. To give her another minute to get ready for 135.
Gets her feet planted right where she wants them. Big third pull here. An excellent lift. Looked right on the money for 3 white lights. No doubt appreciative of that extra minute to lock in and get ready for that lift.
Right. Ariella's second looked really good. This would move her into 6th place as we sit right now.
Locks down nicely there. That's a good lift.
Oh, so actually, she was in 6th. I didn't see the forecast. I didn't realize we didn't have it all on here. So that actually moved her from 6th to 4th as we sit right here. So that is going to bump Annabelle, that is still coming, but Annabelle still has an attempt. So downside to being the lighter deadlifter is you have to kind of see what people are going to miss, while also not psyching yourself up to put yourself in position for something you can't pull. All right. Strong attempt for Rebecca. 3 white lights. All right, that's going to move Rebecca into the top 10. So now Autumn currently is in 2nd. This is 140 kilos. This would actually tie her for 1st, but she's the heavier lifter, so she would have needed 142.5 to pull ahead.
Fights for that 3rd attempt, though.
Yeah, it's a good lift. It's going to keep her in 2nd, unfortunately. So now we're going to get ready for Laura, who is sitting in 1st, but still has Annabelle coming behind her, as well as Ariana. And Ariana definitely is close enough to make that change, but is a heavier lifter. So it's a good lift for Laura. So now it wouldn't have mattered what Laura did, or excuse me, what Autumn did, because Laura made her pull. So interested to see now. So Annabelle, remember, just got bumped to 6th by virtue of Grossberg moving into 4th and pulling ahead of both Maya, knocking Maya to 5th, and then knocking Annabelle down to 6th. And again, there's still more to come on the other side, but as of right now, they're doing what they can.
Annabelle fights past that sticking point at the knees. 147.5 kilos.
No lift.
Gino's telling us she may not have had her shoulders entirely locked out.
Yeah. So now we're going to get ready for Ariana. She is the heavier lifter, so she has to add an extra 2.5 kilos. And just like we said, you know, she is built for deadlift. She went 10 and 10, and now she's currently sitting in, it says 2nd, but that ain't right. Hold on. Oh, that's right, because Laura did make her lift. I was looking at if Laura missed her lift, that would have pulled her into 1st, so that's my mistake. So, yeah, we're good. But that does move her up to 2nd. It's going to bump. It's going to keep Maya in 5th. It's going to keep Autumn in 3rd. And then Ariana's going to move to 2nd. So, and again, still with more to come. Cole with a successful over 85 kilos. That's going to put him in 1st place.
as we had been going through the squat and bench, both Jim and I you've heard us if you've been tuned in with us this whole time, talk about that jockeying for position. And as Jim had just been describing, that's when it, those third attempt deadlifts is really, of course, as the last, lift you get to post, really starts, that change of position can happen so rapidly from one attempt to the next.
I tell you, that's probably the number one most stressful time as a coach, because then you almost have to have multiple attempt cards filled out, ready to go, or know what your attempt's going to be. So if Bob misses, we got to go this. If John misses, we got to go this. If Bob makes it and John misses, or John misses and Bob makes it. So you really just got to keep everything rolling, and just like Austin did with that attempt right here, 3 white lights.
And it's one of the more interesting things you just brought up about powerlifting. Per the rules in the USAPL, coaches do have that opportunity to change the third attempt deadlift twice, excuse me, which is unlike any other attempt submission throughout the entire competition.
One that's weird to me, it's actually, it's funny enough, as long as I've been around, this year was the first time I attended bench nationals, and because it's the final, because the way of the wording is the final lift of the competition. So if you're bench only, and it's a bench only meet, then the third bench is your final bench, so they can get a little strategic with that, and it's kind of fun. As somebody that's not really a bench guy, that definitely was entertaining. Because anytime you start, the biggest thing that's going to make something interesting is stakes. Like today, we're here at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City, Utah, as we'll be through Sunday on the 8th. There are stakes. It's a national championship. It's only once a year. People worked hard to get here, and next year they're going to have to work even harder to get to the meet in Atlanta next June, because there's extra qualifying steps. It's not as easy as just going to a local meet and posting a total. It involves going through your state championship or your regional championship potentially. So,
yes, this is the culmination of a lot of hard work, and it, and we'll see it almost increase tenfold when it comes to that primetime session. That's when I remember one of the first times I've watched having watched a powerlifting meet, when we're talking about that third attempt selection, deadlift jockeying, you'll sometimes see, a surprising number to kind of, these coaches are almost fighting in a way to get that last pull for their athlete to really lock in, give them a chance to place as high as possible.
And as we get ready for Brandon here, and then the advent of the regionals competitions, which stay tuned to usapowerlifting.com. We expect the announcement very soon for next year's locations. We did change up the dynamic a little bit. It's a little bit tighter. We have some bigger regions than we have in years past. It does a good lift. Good lift for Brandon.
Very fast pull for the first attempt.
So, yeah, we're going to see the dynamic change a little bit. But, speaking of the dynamic, one thing that's interesting, I mentioned I'll be helping a lifter from Blue Mountain College, Jaden Lowe. Jaden is a very last-minute addition. The registration was closed. It's closed, but he won Best Lifter at the Southern Regionals in Louisiana. So he gets to just walk to the front of the line. He's got that VIP pass. And he just skips everybody straight to the primetime. So it's something else. It was a good lift as we get ready for Harley. Aiden with 190 kilos it was, and now Harley's going to have 197.5. Changes, no more changes for flight 1, or excuse me, flight A on platform 1. They're getting ready to bench, or excuse me, getting ready to deadlift, and we're almost done deadlifting over here on the other side, Gunner. So it'll be interesting in a minute. It'll be kind of like now where we get to focus on just one platform. So.
Opens up. We'll try and give you our best insight.
Hopefully you've enjoyed this. again, we'll have a variety of commentators over the weekend. So we invite you to come back. Let us know how we did. We'd love to see it. It's the only way to get better. So
exactly. Yeah, we just like the athletes on the platform. Everyone here working to put this together is looking to grow and improve and make it as enjoyable an experience for you guys listeners, the athletes like Ryan Ahmed pulling a strong 202.5 kilos, and we want it to be as professional and enjoyable as possible.
Right. So, you guys may I can tell this is Gunner's first time. I've been able to do this a few times, national and world championships. So, very fortunate. It's been a few years for me, so knocking off a little rust on that. But yeah, it's great to get the headset back on. I'm happy to help. Gunner, you've been fantastic.
Well, I appreciate that. You're making it easy.
Well, that's the goal. That's the goal, right? So
absolutely.
But yeah, it's a great time, and I'm telling you, that was a great pull by Kenny, almost a Kenny win, but it's Kevin win. So Curly with a strong pull as well. I tell you, just to watch, used to, if you didn't go to the Nationals, you had to wait till it got posted on the message boards. That's how long I've been around. It's almost like learning how the internet works, seeing the progress I have in the sport. And now, broadcasting on YouTube, we have a video that aired before this that tells you about how the meet's going to progress. Mm-hmm. There's, these look like ESPN level things at the bottom that tell you what's going on.
Yeah.
So, the way this stuff has moved, much like those deadlifts for Angela and Cole, is just crazy. And what a time to be a part of USA Powerlifting. Oh, yeah. We're growing. We're trying to put on these better events for everybody. We're trying to put together this first class media show for everybody as well. So it's a great time to be around this organization. So we thank you for your support.
Absolutely. Yeah, and for those of us listening to the two of us, thank you for tuning in, not only for being participating in the event, but then also the lifter you're here to watch, friends and family, know that they, it's special for them to know that they've got people cheering for them. So thank you to all involved.
It's a good lift for Alexa. Strong attempt for Alec. Let's see what they say. Good lift. If you stay tuned to the Instagram page for USA Powerlifting, there'll be all kinds of videos come up from the weekend that'll have these these American and world record attempts. It's really something, and they'll put together these recaps. And so you potentially can see behind the scenes footage, even of us, of how all this is put together and kind of the magic behind the show. So.
Yeah, pull the curtain back a little bit. Yeah,
yep.
The team at Barbell Productions, I've had my jaw drop a couple of times at how fast they can turn around a couple of things, the highlights and the big pulls and big lifts that are happening in real time.
It's a good lift for Erica as we get ready for Kenny Wong. And there's so many people behind the scenes. Jan Dario is a big one on the USA Powerlifting side. I would be curious to know how many steps these guys are going to be getting in every day, and really just every session. Are they going to hit 10K just in one session?
Yeah, in a handful of hours.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So, yeah, it's a lot of moving pieces, and we're thankful for everybody involved. Good strong attempt for Kelly. Kelly putting together a pretty good day. Austin with that 15-kilo jump. Looked like it got out in front of him a little bit, causing descent. Yep, side judge on the right. Looked like they agreed. And we got Joycelyn here. Now, one thing that's interesting here, you'll notice on her graphic, she's got that world record in the bench. She needs one deadlift to make it post. because you have to post a total to be able to put the records in. So.
Looks like.
That was a good lift. I didn't see the lights on the graphic, so I had to check LiftingCast. Steven with a strong attempt there after a 10-kilo jump.
Looks like our graphic on platform 1 might be a little bit. Yep, and Keita Rao with a good lift.
Yep. Now we're going to get ready for Brandon.
Brandon locking that out with authority. Good lift. Alexis approaching the bar. 120 kilos locked out. 3 white lights. No lift for Harley. As Reggiana locks out her 120 kilo opener. 2 white lights. Aiden stepping up for his second attempt, who had gotten himself into a little bit of a squat battle earlier today.
Stephanie looking strong again. Brian with that 10-kilo jump after that very good looking opener.
Good lift.
Jenna getting ready, 137.5 kilo opener.
Getting those feet into position.
Wow. What's she gonna pull?
That was quick.
Yeah.
We'll pay attention to that as we get through the last 2 attempts for her.
So, and with that opener being so fast, you almost wonder if that is to put her in a certain position in the pecking order, because she definitely could open with more.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes people will do that, again, just as we spoke about in the squat, to conserve energy. And then also, you don't get any bonus points by how much you win by.
Right, exactly.
So, I mean, if you only have to do what you have to do. I've turned in so many attempts for people to win by body weight. I think the closest one that I remember is there was a kid that I handled at Collegiate Nationals, won by 0.14, because that's what he weighed less than the other guy.
That's yeah, and it also speaks to, or in favor of, you know, if you don't have to completely burn yourself up to walk away with a win. I mean, powerlifting can also be really a sport of longevity. The more you can stack successful training, the better you're going to be for it.
Right.
Curly.
that's probably the best looking opener Curly's had all day. Her stuff is it's looked very tough, but she pushes through them.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell she definitely is very disciplined about how she does her things as we get ready for Alec. Now that's a great position for him to have hitched right there, but I didn't see one, but let's see what the referee said. He didn't do it. Yeah, it's a good lift. Right there when he kind of sits back, a lot of lifters will get lazy right there and the bar will descend or they'll hitch. And, man, that was a really great job.
Yeah, just stick with it and fight. Keep pulling.
Yeah, that's one of those where you almost have to poker face as a coach when you see that happen. You're like, oh. But yeah, he really was very disciplined with it, so good job by him. As we go ready for Alexa and Kane. Good lift for Kane. Good lift for Alexa. Both with the A7 singlets on. A7, our presenting sponsor for this championship. A7, never stop the progress.
Erica Meredith.
Yep.
Locking out 110 kilo pull.
Made that 5 kilo jump look just like the opener did. Now we're going to get ready for Steven at 182.5 kilos and Katie at 115.
Good hold of the bar. Katie doing the same. Katie makes easy work of that 115. Seems pleased. 3 white lights. Should be. Steven looks like he lost a bit of balance there.
Yeah, he took a tumble, but then he's almost embarrassed. So you like to see that a lot more than the people that just
get upset.
Yeah.
Took it in stride.
Austin making another big jump.
Kelly fighting for that lockout on platform 1. With the fist bump from Gino and 3 white lights.
So to recap, as we did earlier, Cole actually is behind Austin. Austin just had the big deadlift that was too much for young Cole. And then Alec, who we were speaking about his disciplineness, he's a guest lifter, so he is seated first, but he does finish with a 410 kilo total, 903 pounds at 52 kilos, which is pretty serious, especially with no equipment. As we go to Brandon and Joycelyn here. Yeah, that was almost
sync.
Yeah. Synchronized deadlifts. Probably, yeah, synchronized white lights too. All right, so Kang is currently sitting in first in his division. And then Kenny is in 4th in the open. Steven sitting in 5th. Austin in first, as we just spoke about on the teens. Brandon is sitting in first in the open currently in the 52s. Harley it's a good lift. Harley is currently sitting in 5th in the open, 3rd in the junior. Aiden is in first in the open and the junior currently. But it still has Ryan Ahmed with that. Ryan's going to take us over 500 pounds. And then Kevin's going to take us over 550.
Wow.
As we get a good lift for Virginia.
Aiden, burn that energy. Stepping up to the bar. That slack out. That is a strong pull. Alexis takes 132.5 kilos off the floor.
That was the graphic is behind a little bit. That was 215 kilos or 473 pounds for Aiden. Moves him in the first in both the open and the junior division for the 56 kilo.
Stephanie stepping up to the bar here.
Stephanie currently in second in the open behind Alexis, or excuse me. Oh, that's why I can't find second, because Stephanie just pulled in first. So something was off and I couldn't figure it out. Okay, get ready for Jenna. And Kevin is going to wrap us up on platform 2. So then we'll just have platform 1 to focus on. 250 kilos, 562 pounds. Excuse me, no, he's made a change, 237.5, 523. Yep, that's a good lift. It puts him at 500 kilos. It's going to pull him into second in both the open and the junior, right behind Aiden.
Manuel getting ready for his second attempt deadlift. Loaded as a record. Let's get behind Emmanuel here as he takes a hold of the bar. No problem there.
I'll tell you what, Santa Claus is coming to town. He's bringing that deadlift. Great job by Manuel. All right, so now we're going to get ready for Curly's third attempt.
Another 7.5 kilo jump for Curly. And a very strong pull to close out the meet. For Curly, I should say.
Yeah. Yep, good lift. So now we're going to get ready for Angela.
Well done by Angela here. 3 white lights. And Gino's approval, which may be the greatest prize of all. Alexa Prado now, 110 kilos. Locked out and put down with authority. 2 white lights. Erica Meredith here taking a 2.5 kilo jump from her second. It locks it out with a good fight for it.
Yeah, she's got some good discipline there. That's going to put her 4th in the junior division. 245 kilo total at 46.6 kilos. Not bad at all.
Got a little blip in the live stream here. Bear with us. The sounds of a crowd, a successful attempt.
Yep.
Jordan.
And I'm here with Gunnar Groski. And we're back live, so hopefully you're hearing us. And just in time, because we're going to have another world record by Emmanuel Richland.
Judging by his second, I'd say this is and another strong pull by Emmanuel. Let's see if the judges agree. 3 white lights to add on to the world record.
Yeah, I mean, that's really impressive. And in his 70s, no less. So now we're going to get ready for Alexia Marino. That's going to get us started on the B flight of session 1. As you can see, we're done on platform 2. So they are setting up for squats for this afternoon. Oh, excuse me. No, only 2 sessions today. So they're setting up for squats for tomorrow morning. Because all we have left is a prime time after this.
And a clean opener for Alexia. Two white lights.
Now we're going to get ready for Tiffany.
Tiffany Doe gets into position, excuse me. Very snappy pull from Tiffany.
Good lift. Now we're going to get ready for Katie. Katie had that massive bench, but, you know, she has pro bench card holders, so.
Looking to finish out strong. Setting that position.
Yeah, that was quick.
Very fast for Katie. Got to be happy with that. 3 white lights. Now with just one platform going, it might be worth spending some time on. Early in the stream, I mentioned one of the deadlifters was pulling with mixed grip. For those maybe friends and family not super familiar with powerlifting quite yet. Mixed grip, we'll see what Allison decides to pull with here. This is terminology used in the deadlift. There's mixed grip and hook grip. Allison is mixed grip. You'll see she has one hand facing towards herself and one hand reversed, mixed, 2 different grips. The other option people usually pull with is a hook grip or just an overhand grip, wherein the lifter will grab the bar, both their palms facing themselves, and kind of wrap their forefinger around their thumb on the opposite end of the bar. And what will happen is as you're pulling up and that weight is trying to stay down, like your fingers will lock your thumbs into place and results in a very, very strong grip. But again, it's a matter of, you know, it's on an individualized basis what lifters or athletes prefer to use here. Isabella, 140 kilos, locked out strong, and set down nicely.
Good lift. Now we're going to get ready for Brielle. Keeping the bar at 140 kilos, 308 pounds. Yeah, that was so fast. I was like, there's got to be, yeah, didn't wait on the down command. And then one thing too that sometimes gets questioned as you're watching the sport, whether it be at home or here, well, they didn't wait on the down command, which is a major infraction. Why is it 2-1? Well, the side referee on this side may have not seen the hand go down or heard, so they just went benefit of the doubt because there's nothing else wrong. So, but it does happen. Atlanta Solar, 150 kilos. I'll tell you what, this girl has got some strength because you can watch the way her squat was. It looks like same thing, got hit for commands. So she'll be back. I mean, I believe both of those were junior lifters, so they're still very young. But yeah, just the way her stuff was flying and squat and bench, she's really going to be something if she can stick with it. It's so funny, so many people, they'll be right on the verge of breaking through, and then they're like, oh, I'm good.
Yeah, it's really like you got to find those milestones to keep reaching for and hitting to, continue to find successes in the sport. Yeah, consistency. Consistency is really key. See that spotter moving that bar into position. The deadlift, as the meet continues, you might see coaches asking for that as the bar is dropped repeatedly kind of in a similar area. That platform can get pretty beat up.
Yeah, and really is something, no matter what kind of maintenance you do, rotating the boards or whatever, it just builds up over time. But kind of adjacent to that, by moving the bar to different spots on the platform, you're kind of spreading it around to where it's not all in one spot. For 978 people taking deadlifts. So if we assume it's strong attempt for Reagan, good lift. So if we assume it's split evenly, so two platforms have 245, two platforms have 244, you're still talking about 732 to 735 deadlifts per platform. Of course, that doesn't account for prime time, but I don't know how many's in the prime time. And just follow the math, guys.
Yeah, and it only gets heavier from here too.
Yeah, that's for certain. That was really fast.
Very fast from Vicky. Zelda having 3 reds put onto the bar here for her first attempt deadlift. 175 kilos.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about almost 3 times body weight on your opener.
And short work of it too.
Yeah.
Alexia kicking off second attempts here for this flight. I believe this is one of our athletes who may have jumped that down command.
Yep. So they've made the 5 kilo increase. Very common, especially I did think she was a junior, and she is. When it's something like that where it's not the problem with the weight, making that, I don't have a problem making that small jump. Now, but if she would have missed this one, I'd say, well, learn to listen to down command because we're going 115 again. But that's just me personally. Everybody's coaching strategy is different, and everybody, has their own success. Looks like she waited that time. Pole looked good, just like the opener. Now she's in. Shape roast, 145 kilo opener.
Quick work of that 145 kilos.
Yep, that's a good lift. So now we're going to move up to 147.5 kilos for Jennifer Escalante. And then Patty is going to wrap us up on the openers with 162.5.
Very fast opener.
Yeah, that's a good looking attempt. Interesting to see where she goes from there.
Easy.
More where that came. All right, now we're going to get ready for Jade, 115 kilos or 253 pounds. We talked about how fast Jennifer was. She made a 12.5 kilo jump there. Just after her opener, before she makes that jump, as it stands now, she is sitting first in her weight class in the team division, but she's in 20th in the open. But with the amount of deadlift space she's going to have to go, she really could. We could see her moving to the top 10 as a team.
Mm-hmm.
Pending prime time, of course. Okay, that's a good lift for Jay. Now we're going to move to Esther at 125 kilos. Keep this second round moving. Second round of deadlifts for the last flight for the AM session at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals 2024 at the Salt Palace Convention Center in Salt Lake City.
As they're setting up here. And a steady pull for her. Those of you watching, you might have noticed that some of these athletes who, although it's a very minor detail, this might be getting into talking baseball, to steal a term from Jim. A rule change within the past 2 or 3 years, I believe, is before the rule change, athletes would have to wear a shirt underneath their singlet for all 3 lifts. For I think it's mostly health reasons. The less skin coming in contact with the bar is generally a more hygienic thing. But the rule changed to where athletes now have the option, if they so choose, to not wear a shirt underneath their singlet for deadlifts. That is allowed.
Right, and so that had been the case for men for some time, and then it went back, and then and then once it went away again, the women were like, well, hey, it's only fair. I mean, the way singlets are cut is still going to be the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to keep stuff that is all equals as much as we can. And Kylie made a good attempt there after that 12-kilo jump. So if you're tuning back in for the prime time, we're going to get started at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, so 6 Central, 7 Eastern, 4 on the West Coast. Taylor Allen needs a strong pull after that 12.5 kilo jump. Good lift. And for the rest of the weekend, tomorrow the first session will start at 8, followed by 1 for the midday, 8:30 for the prime time. Saturday will be 8 o'clock in the morning, followed by 1 p.m. for the middle session, and again 8:30 for the prime time. Sunday will be another 2-session day, but we're going to start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then prime time will start at 3 p.m.
Melissa teaching a class on staying disciplined in the deadlift and finishing strong. Jalen moving up from the missed opener to 142.5 kilos. Good lift for Jalen.
All right, now we're going to get ready for shade, 155 kilos, 341 pounds.
Good pull for Shea to get those 3 white lights. You'll see the spotter here brush off the bar. As mentioned before, this is as the athletes have chalk on their hands, it'll start to accumulate and kind of fill up the holes in the knurling of the bar, making it harder to grip. So just clearing that off, making sure we've got a level playing field for all of our athletes here. Another very strong pull for Jennifer.
Yeah, absolutely. And 352 pounds, no less.
Well done by Patty there. Room to continue stacking on that record.
Got American records all over the place. American records, world records. And we're only getting started.
Day 1, session 1.
Right. It's going to be a long weekend.
Going to be a strong weekend.
Yeah, that's true.
Starting our third attempt deadlift, soft, strong with a successful attempt.
All right, here comes Esther trying to wrap up her day. Currently in second place ahead of Jade. But substantially behind Shay, out of striking distance. Strong attempt. And it's a good lift. So now we're going to move to 140 kilos, 308 for Alana.
Well done by Alana. Shrugs her shoulders after that attempt. The lift is good. Fighting for it. Gets the lockout.
Good lift for Taylor.
Let's get everybody involved here before we start this third pull. Well done.
That's a good lift.
Melissa definitely demonstrating that sportsmanship kind of inherent to powerlifting. Getting that, even if it's as simple as just a fist bump to a spotter, I mean, that's just kind of the energy that's definitely present back here.
Here comes Kylie. She's looking to wrap up her day 9 for 9. She's currently in second in the Team 3 56 kilo class. This will keep her there, but okay, so she finishes 8 for 9. But as we talked about all day with Kylie, she's really got some strength. And as she continues to grow into the weight class or perhaps the next one, then it's really going to be something to see what she can do. We're going to move to 150 kilos for Jalen. Sitting in. Okay, so she's actually sitting in third in the Team 3. And Jennifer's sitting in first. So I misspoke there when I said that Jalen was in first.
Jalen's got a big crowd behind her.
Well, not quite there, but still nothing to be ashamed of today. She is currently in third in the Team 3, 22nd in the Open. I mean, really to be anywhere in the Open as a teen, not bad. Now, Shay, who pending if there's anybody that meets her criteria in the prime time, is already your Masters champion, trying to wrap up her day with 162.5 kilos.
Working through the deadlift routine. A very strong third attempt to wrap up the day.
It's a
for
good
Shane.
lift.
Bars loaded for Jennifer. Steps up. One of the wider deadlift stances we've seen today. Well done by Jennifer. And a good lift.
Yeah, I mean, not quite as high as I thought in the open, but I mean, she really put together a good day. And Jennifer was one of the ones that almost bombed. She misses her first 2 squats, and then she goes on a tear, only missing one more attempt. And pending, she is your Raw National Champion in the team, and she's 15th in the open. I mean, not bad for such a young lifter.
And that, I mean, there's the, short memory kind of thing. Your day's not over just because you have, missed a few squat attempts by any means. Locks it out. Patty. Let's see what the judges have to say. It's a good lift.
2-1. All right, now, as you can see on the screen behind us, sometimes our favorite lifter, is now up, which means we are done for the day. So again, this is Jim and Gunner signing off from the Salt Palace Convention Center. Again, feel free to join us again this afternoon for the prime time. We hope you will. Scheduling information is all available at usapowerlifting.com. And thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you very much.